Chapter 2633. Chu Country Dispute. You actually have such a high level of self-awareness? And Wu Yu, are you really innocent? While Yi Fei was filled with righteousness, a very discordant voice came from behind. It gave Yi Fei and Wu Yu a fright. Turning around to look, the one who followed them out was actually Chu Ling. It turned out that after receiving Yi Fei's guidance on the Rising Dragon platform, Chu Ling's curiosity was piqued. Since Yi Fei could say something like that, his talent couldn't be too bad. Why did the Grandmaster throw Yi Fei into the Dragon God Valley the moment they met? Thus, she wanted to come over and ask about it. In the end, she saw the scene of Yi Fei helping Wu Yu sneaking out of the Dragon God Valley. Chu Ling immediately walked out and stared at Wu Yu with her beautiful eyes. Wu Yu, what's going on? Who framed you? Why didn't you say anything when you came back? I wanted to say it, but other than Yi Fei, did any of you believe me? Wu Yu felt wronged, but Chu Ling glared at him. Who told you to be so perverted? You look like you lost your soul when you see a beauty. Chu Ling, don't talk nonsense. How am I perverted? Ah Shui is the pervert, and he's also the pervert. I'm actually a gentleman. Wu Yu's face was solemn. On his shoulder, the little emerald dragon, Ah Shui, had an aggrieved expression. He retorted in a childish manner. Master, didn't you ask me to go up and harass those females so that you can go into heat and create an opportunity? Wu Yu's expression did not change in the face of little emerald dragon's exposure. He calmly said, all right, I admit that I do have such thoughts. But I can't do something like peeping on others when they're bathing. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Even if I lose my life, I will definitely prove my innocence. Brother Yi, shall we go? Since they were brothers, Wu Yu did not argue. The two of them had a higher chance of success than him going alone. All right, Yi Fei did not refuse. Although he had his own reasons for helping Wu Yu, he did not mind helping Wu Yu this time, since Wu Yu really treated him as a brother. Wait, there's still me. Seeing Yi Fei and Wu Yu looking at her, Chu Ling's face turned slightly hot. However, she spoke with conviction. I am also a member of the Rising Dragon sect. Wu Yu was framed. That person did not put the Rising Dragon sect in his eyes. Of course, this young lady will go and investigate the truth. Of course, you can choose not to bring me along. As she spoke, Chu Ling opened her mouth, wanting to scream. Yi Fei and Wu Yu's faces were filled with black lines. They knew that if Chu Ling screamed, not to mention leaving the Rising Dragon sect, they would most likely be locked up again. You can follow us, but you have to listen to us. Yi Fei had no choice but to compromise. He was forced to bring along a burden. Deal! Chu Ling stretched out her hand and forcefully high-fived Yi Fei and Wu Yu. We're on the same side in the future. Wu Yu, don't worry. Since you've been framed, this senior sister will definitely help you find the culprit. Chu Ling was extremely excited. After being pointed out by Yi Fei, she already had the intention to go down the mountain and train. Coincidentally, she encountered Wu Yu's situation. This was the best opportunity for her to go down the mountain and train. Moreover, she could use this opportunity to understand Yi Fei's strength and weaknesses. It would be easier for her to take revenge in the future. Not only did she help Yi Fei and Wu Yu get out of the Rising Dragon sect, she even used her identity as a personal disciple to open a long-distance teleportation gate and directly teleported from the Rising Dragon sect to Chu Country. When the three of them left, the 8-clawed demon dragon and winged dragon, the two ancient emperors, came out of the Dragon God Valley. They looked at each other in dismay. They had never thought that Yi Fei would be able to cause so much trouble after being locked up. Not only did he help Wu Yu get out of the Dragon God Valley, even kidnapped Chu Ling. This brat is really strange. What should we do? Should we inform the two sect leaders about this? The 8-clawed demon dragon and winged dragon were in a dilemma. On the other hand, Yi Fei and the others who were teleported to Chu Country had an ugly expression. They had come to the Imperial City to request an audience with the Emperor of Chu Country, but they were actually stopped by the guards of the Imperial City. The reason given by the guards was very simple. Now that the Emperor of Chu Country was seriously ill, he couldn't handle the affairs of the Imperial City. If there was anything, Yi Fei and the others didn't need to enter the Imperial City. They only needed to go to the Chu royal residence to request an audience. After that, Chu Ling asked to see the princess of Chu country, but she was still coldly rejected by the guards. There were even quasi-emperors in the imperial city emitting their auras, warning them not to cross the line. Chu Ling's expression was very ugly. If we can't enter the imperial city and see the princess of Chu country, then how can we prove Wu Yu's innocence? Wu Yu's expression was even uglier. He coldly looked at the guards of the imperial city and said, "The attire of these guards is very strange. They don't belong to the imperial city. They belong to the Chu royal residence." "Wu Yu, are you sure?" Yi Fei asked in a low voice. "I can be sure." At that time, the emperor of Chu country was seriously ill, and he was looking everywhere for miraculous medicines. Coincidentally, I had a precious medicine that could prolong one's life. Thus, by chance, I came to Chu country and met the princess of Chu country. Wu Yu's expression was very ugly. Only now did he tell the story of how he was framed. At that time, the precious medicine that could prolong one's life was extremely valuable. Wu Yu received the most lavish treatment from the imperial city of Chu. In the end, a beautiful woman who claimed to be the princess of Chu country personally came to Wu Yu's residence to express her gratitude. She even invited Wu Yu to her palace in the middle of the night to discuss the emperor of Chu's illness. So, at that time, you were muddle-headed and ran into the imperial city to peek at the princess bathing. Chu Ling ruthlessly looked at Wu Yu with disdain. Wu Yu couldn't raise his head. Like an ostrich, he buried his head in his chest and explained, "I admit that at that time, my thoughts were a little wild. But I definitely didn't peek at her bathing. She was the one who jumped into the water herself." After that, a large group of guards rushed in. Wu Yu raised his head, and his expression was filled with seriousness. Yi Fei frowned in his heart instead. He suddenly felt that the matter of Wu Yu being framed was probably not so simple. He stood on the spot and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking Wu Yu, "Wu Yu, did you give that precious medicine to Emperor Chu?" "I didn't. I originally intended to give it to Emperor Chu the next day to receive a reward. But on that very night, I was captured and the precious medicine was taken away as well. Could it be that all of this was done by the imperial city of Chu, and their objective was to take away that precious medicine without giving a single cent?" Wu Yu's expression instantly went grim. After all, the reward offered by Chu country at that time was extremely high, and it was directly the entire national treasury. Whoever was able to save Emperor Chu would be able to obtain the treasures in the entire national treasury of Chu country. Chapter 2634. The Emperor equals. Seems like in order to get to the bottom of this matter, the most important thing is to figure out the identity of the princess of Chu. In fact, I even suspect that this princess of Chu might be a fake. Yi Fei analyzed in a low voice. "What? Fake? That's impossible. If she's fake, how could she enter and leave the imperial palace freely?" Chu Ling was puzzled. She had seen how strict the imperial palace's security was. Yi Fei's expression was grave. "It's not only the princess who can enter and leave the imperial palace. Chu Ling, you didn't hear what Wu Yu said earlier. The one guarding the imperial palace now isn't Emperor Chu, but King Chu. Think about it. If Emperor Chu were to die, who would obtain the greatest benefits? It should be King Chu. Since he can control the imperial palace, he should have great authority. Could it be that Yi Fei suspects that King Chu sent someone to pretend to be the princess and frame Wu Yu?" Chu Ling wasn't stupid. She just lacked experience. Now that she was reminded by Yi Fei, Chu Ling quickly came to a realization. Yi Fei nodded slightly and looked at Wu Yu. "Brother Wu Yu should be clearer about this point than me. I think Wu Yu has long suspected it, right? Otherwise, Wu Yu wouldn't have such a cold tone when he mentioned King Chu." Wu Yu didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled bitterly and nodded. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Fortunately, I treat you as a brother. If I were to treat you as an enemy, right, I think someone might be able to help me prove my innocence." "Who?" Chu Ling asked nervously. This was the first time she had experienced such a deceitful struggle for imperial power. Yi Fei was already used to it. He shook his head helplessly. Wu Yue said with an excited tone, "This person is the sworn brother of the current Emperor Chu. He suddenly rose to prominence a few decades ago. In the Chu kingdom, he's a legend. It's said that half of the Chu kingdom was conquered by him. Therefore, he was conferred the title of king equal to Emperor Chu." King equal to Emperor Chu? Yi Fei was also surprised. This was practically an existence that was on par with Emperor Chu. However, why didn't such a person take action when Emperor Chu was in danger? Why did he allow Wu Yue to be framed? Even the treasured medicine that was used to extend Emperor Chu's life was seized by King Chu. However, the appearance of this emperor equal caused Yi Fei and Chu Ling to see hope in proving Wu Yue's innocence. After all, with the friendship between the emperor equal and the Chu emperor, as long as he opened his mouth to prove that the Chu princess who framed Wu Yue was a fake, then Wu Yue would immediately be absolved of his crimes. Chu Ling couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed Wu Yu's neck and asked, "Hurry up and tell me, where's the emperor equal to the emperor now?" It could be seen that Chu Ling showed a rare excitement towards this kind of palace intrigue. Yi Fei was sweating when he saw this. Wu Yu said with a pained expression, "In the east, there is a prince's mansion. We will know if we go there and ask." Chu Ling instantly abandoned Wu Yu and rushed towards the east like a gust of wind. Only Yi Fei and Wu Yu were left looking at each other. Wu Yu was even more puzzled. "Why do I feel that Chu Ling is even more anxious than me, the victim? Brother Yi, do you think Chu Ling has taken a fancy to me?" Yi Fei's face was filled with black lines. He couldn't be bothered to answer this question and rushed towards the east. However, halfway there, Chu Ling ran back angrily. "Good. Wu Yu, you actually dare to lie to me. There is not a single person in the Emperor Equal's mansion. Fortunately, I caught a guard of the Chu Emperor's mansion and interrogated him. Only then did I know that the Emperor Equal to the Emperor was suspected of treason and the entire mansion was sealed." Wu Yu immediately screamed, "If the Emperor Equal to the Emperor is dead, then who can prove my innocence?" "Shut up, who said he is dead?" That guard of the Chu Emperor's mansion said that the army of the Emperor Equal and the army of the Imperial City are confronting each other in the forest east of the Imperial City. Chu Ling rolled her eyes at Wu Yu. Her face was filled with a rare excitement. Suddenly, she rushed out of the Imperial City. Seeing this, Yi Fei was completely speechless. However, in order to prove Wu Yu's innocence, he hurriedly followed. Unlike the peace and tranquility within the Imperial City, the outskirts to the east of the Imperial City was practically an expanse of ruins, and it was obvious that there were signs of war there. It was obvious that the Emperor Equal to the Emperor had indeed mobilized his troops when Emperor Chu was seriously ill, and he seemed to have even attacked the Imperial City. But he didn't succeed, and he was instead besieged in the mountainous forest to the east of the Imperial City. Could it be that the Emperor Equal to the Emperor really rebelled? Wu was secretly worried. If the Emperor Equal to the Emperor rebelled, then how could he prove his innocence? Yi Fei's heart was heavy. He felt that the power struggle in Chu country was unexpectedly complicated. Only Chu Ling was getting more and more excited. The outside world was completely different from when she was cultivating in the Rising Dragon sect. It was full of surprises and excitement. This made Yi Fei secretly worried. If he led Chu Ling astray like this, would the ancient Emperor Zhonglang beat him to death? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yi Fei was thinking about this problem, in the dark night in the forest far away, dozens of arrows suddenly shot out. It gave Yi Fei and Wu Yu a fright. Chu Ling was even more stunned. However, the little light dragon beside her reacted quickly. It waved its claws and shattered all the arrows. Just as the little light dragon was about to charge into the forest, an anxious shout came from the forest. "Everyone stop! These are the disciples of the Rising Dragon sect. Do not harm them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of armored soldiers coldly walked out from the dark forest. The one in the lead was an early divine monarch middle-aged general. He was wearing cold iron armor, and his body was filled with the aura of a battlefield. Obviously, these were warriors who had survived hundreds of battles. Even when facing Yi Fei and the other two divine monarchs, these armored soldiers didn't show any fear. Instead, they looked at them with vigilance. You are the subordinates of the emperor, equal to the emperor. Did he rebel? Wu Yu had been in the Chu country for the longest time. With a glance, he could tell that these armored soldiers were from the Chu country's border. Wu Yue was anxious to prove his innocence. Thus he asked this question. But his words enraged all of the soldiers present. All of them revealed a great deal of anger. That early divine lord general exuded a thick, killing intent. Shut up. The reason we let you go is because we respect the Dragon Ascending Sect reputation. If you dare to insult my lord, we will die to defend our honor. General, give the order. This is our Chu country's internal affairs. What right does the Imperial Sky and Rising Dragon Sect have to interfere? Said an impulsive warrior angrily. It could be seen that the emperor equal to the emperor had a very high prestige in the army. Yi Fei couldn't help nodding slightly. He hurriedly walked out and pulled Wu Yu back. Everyone, please forgive this brother of mine. We didn't come here to participate in the Chu country's war. We just want to see the emperor equal to the emperor and ask him some questions. Impudent. His Highness is not someone you can see just because you want to. Chapter 26:35. Master and disciple reunited. Everyone stop. May I ask this young master if you're called Yi Fei? These Iron Blood warriors all obeyed orders and restrictions. They quickly suppressed their anger. Although their cultivation bases were low, such an iron army still made Wu Yue and Chu Ling's expressions change. Yi Fei's expression was odd. It had only been a month since he had joined the Rising Dragon Sect, and this was his first time coming to Chu. So why did this middle-aged man call out his name? That's right, I am Yi Fei. How do you know me? Asked Yi Fei. When this person heard his name, he took out a portrait. After carefully comparing it, he suddenly knelt down on one knee. Young master, please take a look. Chu Ling curiously moved closer to take a look. To her surprise, she discovered that this portrait was of Yi Fei. However, compared to the current Yi Fei at the Divine Lord Realm, the Yi Fei in this portrait had the aura of an emperor, as if he were the ruler of the world, his aura solemn and dignified. That's how I looked when I was in the Earth Realm. Yi Fei's heart could not help but tremble. Such a portrait could not be described by anyone who was not from the Earth Realm. He could not help but become excited as he looked at the middle-aged general. This was drawn by the Emperor equal. May I know the name of the prince beside the Emperor? My apologies. My lord's name is taboo, so I cannot tell you. But my lord has been searching for young master for dozens of years. We've searched Chu, as well as the surrounding ancient countries, but we've been unable to find any news about young master. I never thought that young master would have joined the Rising Dragon Sect. The middle-aged man was clearly even more excited. The Emperor equal had once shown him great kindness, but he had never been able to complete the mission he had given him even after dozens of years. He had originally thought that he would never be able to find out about Yi Fei's whereabouts. But in the end, Yi Fei had taken the initiative to appear in Chu. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Yi Fei also didn't expect that he would meet an old friend in Chu. Not only that, it was very likely that this old friend was someone he had always been worried about. I want to see the Emperor equal to the Emperor, Yi Fei said without hesitation. Young master, please. The middle-aged general immediately stood up with a respectful attitude. However, before he could bring Yi Fei over, a loud explosion suddenly came from a certain direction. The middle-aged general's expression changed. Not good. It must be those people from Imperial Sky. They're attacking us again. Emperor Sky? Chu Ling and Wu Yue exchanged a glance. Both of them felt that things were out of their expectations. Yi Fei didn't say anything. The azure dragon wings on his back were spread to their limits as he charged towards the explosion. That place was clearly where the main force of the Emperor Equal King was located. A massive number of border troops were constantly gathered there, as well as many Divine Lord Realm generals. They were fighting in the air, bathed in blood, and the one fighting was the army of the Imperial City. It's the son of King Chu, Chu Fengxue. It's said that he's very talented. When he was only a Tao Lord, he received the favor of an elder of Imperial Sky and became the disciple of that elder. Wu Yue had been in Chu for the longest time, so he immediately recognized that the one leading the attack on the emperor equal to the emperor was the son of the King Chu Manor. Beside Chu Fengxue stood a group of young men and women emitting a royal aura. They were all wearing the robes of the Imperial Sky's inner court. It was these disciples who had snuck in under the cover of the night. They even took advantage of the fact that the border troops didn't dare to kill the Imperial Sky's disciples to open a teleportation gate in front of everyone. This allowed the Imperial City's army to continuously teleport through the teleportation gate and launch a surprise attack on the Emperor equal to the Emperor's army. However, the attack this time did not achieve the effect they had expected. The great enemy of the Imperial City, the Emperor equal to 1, seemed to have predicted that they would launch a night attack. He actually gathered all the elites of the border army here and launched the fiercest counterattack, catching the Imperial City's army unprepared. Moreover, the battle strength of the border army was clearly stronger than that of the Chu royal household's army. In the battle in the dark night, it was actually the Imperial City's army that was retreating. Chu Fengshue's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He hurriedly looked at his companions beside him and said, "It looks like I'll have to ask my fellow brothers to lend me a hand." "Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Chu, you're too polite. Traitors are the common enemies of the Imperial City. I'll kill the Emperor equal to the Emperor right now and help your Chu eliminate future troubles." An Imperial Sky youth with a vigorous aura walked out from behind Chu Fengxue. He was only a late-stage Divine Lord, but he gave off the terrifying aura of a Renzu. Kill. Following this person's low roar, a terrifying Imperial Celestial blast pierced through the void and flattened the army formation. It went straight for the depths of the void. There were a few Divine Lord experts from the Chu Manor there. They had surrounded a man who was as deep as the darkness and were crazily attacking him. However, that man was too terrifying. His body was like a black hole that could devour all energy. Not only were the attacks of these Divine Lords unable to break the black hole, but it also made the sword light in the man's hand become even more terrifying. It was the sword of the battlefield, the sword of an emperor. The whistling sword light tore through the sky and broke through the Divine Lord's blockade. However, just as the man was about to break through the encirclement and return to the army, a terrifying divine spear with the power of judgment suddenly pierced down. It actually pierced a deep crack in the black hole. When he saw this scene, Wu Yue's expression changed immediately. He said in a panic, "Not good. The one who attacked is Bao Min from the Imperial Sky. This person once killed Renzu with a single stab. Furthermore, the Emperor equal to the Emperor is clearly injured. I'm afraid that Bao Min will sneak up on him and kill him. No, he can handle it. This is because he doesn't just have these brave and loyal soldiers by his side. He also has me as his disciple. If Master is in trouble, this disciple will go through water and tread on fire." Yi Fei's left eye suddenly blazed with golden flames as he glared up into the sky. Bao Min was in the middle of smirking and wielding her spear, preparing to kill King equal to the Emperor, when she suddenly felt the air around her solidifying. He had actually been frozen in the void. Then, a black hole-like sword light with a terrifying power that could devour everything instantly pierced through Bao Min's forehead, his sky palace, and his soul. The powerful Bao Min had actually been so easily killed by the Emperor equal to the Emperor in front of everyone. The entire Imperial army was a little stunned. The Imperial Sky disciples behind Chu Fengxue were even more shocked. How could this be? Given Bao Min's late-stage Divine Lord combat strength, he should have been able to kill a severely injured Renzu. Even if his opponent was a late-stage Renzu, he should have been killed. How could Bao Min have been killed instead? Bao Min's death made everyone feel as if he had stood still in the void and allowed the black hole-like demonic sword to pierce his forehead. This scene was too strange. Even the Emperor equal to the Emperor, who had broken out of the encirclement, found it a little unbelievable. Then, he subconsciously looked down into the void. Below, Yifei also raised his head and smiled happily. Master, long time no see. Chapter 2636. Shu Fengshu. Back then, the demon emperor, the sky god, and the man god were the first to leave the earth domain for the heaven domain. The man god sacrificed himself and died, while the sky god was in dire straits and remained in the palace of the divine king. Only the demon emperor relied on his devouring body to rise up. Later on, he became brothers with Emperor Chu. Not only did he help Emperor Chu ascend to the throne, but he also helped Emperor Chu expand his territory and gain the status of a king. However, the demon emperor had always regretted that he hadn't been able to find Yifei. After so many years, he had sent countless people and even secretly nurtured Dao, Lord Deathsworn, into the earth domain, but he still hadn't been able to find any clues about Yifei. The demon emperor had no idea that Yifei had already emptied the entire earth domain before that. Any trustworthy and talented martial artist had already entered Green Province. Yifei, it's really you. The devil emperor tilted his head back and laughed. He had never imagined that he would be able to reunite with Yifei in the final moments of his life. There was no doubt that Yifei had done something to Bao Min just now. Master, I'm late. Yifei was also very emotional. He rushed into the void and hugged the demon emperor, who was covered in blood. The demon emperor's eyes moistened slightly. He was about to speak when he suddenly coughed and spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Yifei's expression changed. Master, are you poisoned? It's King Chu. Not only did he poison His Majesty, but he also poisoned me. I originally planned to return the favor of His Majesty and return home to search for you. Since you've appeared, I have no other request. I can only lead everyone to fight to the death to repay His Majesty. The demon emperor was seriously injured, but he was still full of majesty and the spirit of a king. He was influenced by the demon emperor. Below the void, the border army roared angrily. The sound of fighting to the death was earth-shattering and made the world pale. It also made the already defeated King Chu's army even more shocked. In the void, Chu Fengshua's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't expect that such an accident would happen when they were sure to win. Not only did Bao Min die in battle, but a powerful disciple appeared beside the demon emperor. Dragon Rising Sect. You gone too far. This is Chu's war. Why did you participate? You even killed my senior brother Bao Min. However, Chu Fengshua's reaction was quick. Since the demon emperor had already broken through the encirclement, there was no point in the attack. Chu Fengshua Lin's army. Chu Fengshua. Fengshua's army. Fengsu's Fengshua's army. Fun Fengshua's Fengshua was Fengshua was, and a girl Fun. Naturally, the Nephilim emperor also noticed the two's robes and was shocked. What? Yifei, you've joined a rising dragon sect? Barely. Yifei's expression was ugly. He had joined the dragon rising sect out of helplessness. However, the demon emperor was overjoyed. That's great. With the dragon rising sect protection, Master doesn't have to worry about your safety. Yifei, in the future, find a master to guide you. I'm not a good master. I didn't guide you in the past, so it's even more impossible for me to guide you in the future. As he spoke, the demon emperor's body was burning with bloody flames. He wanted to use his own blood to suppress his injuries and continue fighting. Yifei hastily stopped the demon emperor. With the demon emperor's current state, he would definitely die if he continued fighting. Deity was already dead. He couldn't allow the demon emperor to die like this. Master, if you trust me, then leave this battle to me, Yifei said solemnly. He wanted to open a spatial belt to look for pills, but soon, Yifei's face darkened. He was in a hurry to leave the Dragon God Valley, but he forgot that his spatial belt was sealed by the ancient god. Yifei, your master has been poisoned. Fortunately, it's not too deep. I have a divine dragon pill that my master gave me to protect myself. Chu Ling generously took out a pill and handed it over. The demon emperor's face changed. What? Divine dragon pill? That's the dragon rising sect's holy pill. Only ancient gods can refine it. Miss, may I ask who your master is? My master is called Zhang Lang. Chu Ling calmly spoke. However, her words were like a bolt of lightning as they entered the ears of the Devil Emperor. Who is Zhang Lang? He was the sect leader of the Dragon Ascension sect, a character that the entire Chu country had to look up to. To think that he was actually Chu Ling's master. No wonder Chu Ling would use the incomparably precious divine dragon pellet the moment she acted. Even if Chu country offered up their entire treasury, they wouldn't be able to buy such a pill. After the initial shock, the Demon Emperor was overjoyed. He understood that Yi Fei's position in the Dragon Rising sect wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't be friends with Chu Ling. The Demon Emperor made his decision. Yi Fei, the lives of my 200,000 soldiers, including my life, are all in your hands. I only have one request. Lead them into the imperial city. How can disciple disobey master's orders? Yi Fei clasped his hands. When he stood up, there were already several hundred monarch gods gathered around him. These were all warriors who had followed the Demon Emperor on the battlefield. Now, they were all following Yi Fei's orders. Looking at these soldiers, Yi Fei felt a heavy weight in his heart. However, he didn't cower. Instead, he led these soldiers and walked towards Chu Fengshui. Chu Fengshui had an extremely ugly expression on his face as he stared coldly at Yi Fei. Although you have joined the Dragon Rising sect, my Chu country has already decided to submit to the imperial sky. If you fight, not only will you be making an enemy of Chu country, you will also be making an enemy of the imperial sky. What? Chu country has joined the imperial sky? Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it? Master, did Chu country say that Chu country will submit to the imperial sky? Yi Fei was shocked. The Demon Emperor sneered. How can the mighty Chu country submit to the imperial sky? The sky of Chu country is in the hands of Chu country. Chu Fengshui, did you hear that? Right now, the one in charge of Chu country is not your Chu royal residence, but Chu country's emperor. As long as Chu country doesn't agree to submit to the imperial sky, I will still interfere in the matters of Chu country. It wasn't for anyone else, it was for the Demon Emperor, his master. Is this the Dragon Rising sect's intention, or is it your own? Chu Fengshui narrowed his eyes. His tone was filled with killing intent and a cold threat. Yi Fei also said coldly, "This is my intention." So what? Subconsciously, he didn't want to drag the Dragon Rising sect into this matter. After all, he still didn't approve of the Dragon Rising sect. He also didn't want to admit that he was a disciple of the Dragon Rising sect. Very well. Since it's your intention, then this prince has nothing to worry about. Right now, I suspect that you used a spatial technique to assassinate Senior Bao, causing Bao Min's death. Chapter 26:37. The truth, no problem. From the group of Imperial Sky disciples, a tall and skinny young man walked out. His eyes were filled with evil, especially when he saw Chu Ling. His eyes flashed with a bright light, causing Chu Ling to feel unhappy. She wanted to help, but from what Yi Fei had said earlier, it was obvious that he did not want to use the name of the Rising Dragon sect. Instead, he wanted to settle this with his own strength. This made Chu Ling and Wu Yu at a loss. Lu Yu, Imperial Sky Inner Disciple, your spatial divine ability is indeed exquisite. You were able to freeze the space silently, and even killed Senior Brother Bao Min. Lu Yu was refined and courteous, but his words were like a poisonous snake. As long as Yi Fei made the slightest mistake and admitted that he was the one who killed Bao Min, then even if Yi Fei was from the Rising Dragon sect, Chu Fengshui would have enough reason to kill Yi Fei. With Yi Fei's perception, how could he not see the trap in Lu Yu's words? He sneered, "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Bao Min's death was due to his inferior skills, which was why he died under the Emperor's equal sword. What does that have to do with me?" "Humph. Senior Brother Lu, don't waste words with him. Fight him directly. I don't believe that he won't give himself away," Chu Fengshui said impatiently. Eliminating the Devil Emperor's army was the key to controlling Chu. Chu Fengshui wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. However, Yi Fei's identity as a Rising Dragon sect disciple made it difficult for Chu Fengshui. If he killed him directly, it would definitely cause a dispute between the Rising Dragon sect and Imperial Sky, especially since Chu Ling, the sect master's personal disciple, would be there as a witness. Then, the only way Chu Feng Shui could eliminate Yi Fei was to accuse Yi Fei of killing Bao Min. This way, he would have enough reason to kill Yi Fei, and the Rising Dragon sect wouldn't be able to pursue the matter. Hearing Chu Fengshui's words, Lu Yu didn't say anything. His figure had already begun to distort and become transparent, as if he had disappeared into thin air. However, Yi Fei clearly felt a terrifying spatial fluctuation sneak towards him from the side. Moreover, that speed had surpassed the speed of his azure dragon wings. At this moment, if Yi Fei were to use great spatial shift to evade the attack, he would expose the fact that he was proficient in spatial techniques. Chu Fengxue would also insist that he was the one who used spatial techniques to ambush Bao Min. Given Imperial Sky's strength, they would naturally not care about his identity as a disciple of the Rising Dragon sect. They would forcefully take action and even directly participate in the battle. However, if he didn't dodge, Lu Yu's spatial ability would immediately bombard his body. Without the Divine Ghost Cauldron, Yi Fei felt that there was a very high possibility that he would be injured. Just as Yi Fei was in a difficult position, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers from the Imperial City walked out of the domain gate in front of them. They were led by the elites of the Chu royal family. They had come to reinforce the demon royal family after realizing that they had not won a victory for a long time. They did not expect to see the two sides facing off. Moreover, the commander of the border troops was not the demon emperor, but a young man in black robes. Even more shocking was the man and woman behind the young man. They both had dragon pets. Dragon pets were the unique symbol of the Rising Dragon sect. What's going on? After what happened last time, why would the Rising Dragon sect still participate in Chu's matter? Asked a woman with exquisite facial features among the troops. The instant Wu Yu saw that woman, his entire body exploded with rage. It's you. It's really you. You were the one who pretended to be Chu's princess and framed me. Wu Yu, how could it be you? That woman clearly hadn't expected Wu Yu to appear in Chu again. After all, after she had pretended to be Chu's princess and framed Wu Yu, the Rising Dragon sect had sent news that Wu Yu had been thrown into the Dragon God Valley for 10 years due to his bad conduct. As such, this woman wasn't prepared for Wu Yu's appearance at all. Boom! Just as Wu Yu and the woman met, on the other side, Yi Fei finally made a decision. The instant he saw Wu Yu and the woman confronting each other, he had already made his decision. He didn't use spatial transference. Instead, he activated his ancient God Golden Body and activated his violet gold Tai Chi. Lu Yu's spatial mystique came blasting over, but it didn't hit Yi Fei's body. Instead, it hit the violet gold Tai Chi. Although Lu Yu retreated in the shortest time possible, Yi Fei still managed to locate Lu Yu's body through the spatial fluctuations caused by the attack. The undying sword's soul instantly combusted, forming a terrifying beam of destructive light that shattered the void, revealing terrifying spatial cracks. And in front of that spatial crack, Lu Yu's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the bloody wound on his chest caused by the sword. If it weren't for the fact that his spatial innate ability was too profound, that sword strike just now would have very likely seriously injured him. After being injured, Lu Yu no longer dared to fight with Yi Fei. Instead, he used his fastest speed to return to Chu Feng Shui's side through spatial ripples. He shook his head slightly. Clearly, his spatial mystique was very powerful, but his combat strength wasn't very strong. Xiao Chao also rubbed his eyes and glared fiercely at Lu Yu. He didn't want to give this person a chance to escape into the void again. Yi Fei also didn't continue chasing. Instead, he walked to Wu Yu's side and said, "Wu Yu, did you see clearly that this person is the princess of Chu who pretended to be you?" "I definitely didn't see wrongly," Wu Yu said bitterly. Yi Fei also nodded. He suddenly looked at the Devil Emperor. "Master, is this woman a member of the royal family?" "Humph, she's the adopted daughter of King Chu, not the daughter of King Chu." The Devil Emperor sneered. The matter of Wu Yu barging into the palace and peeking at the princess bathing had caused a great uproar in Chu. The Devil Emperor had also heard of it. Moreover, the Devil Emperor's status was equal to that of a king. His words carried a lot of weight. If he said this woman wasn't the princess, then he definitely wasn't wrong. These words caused the woman's face to turn even paler. She subconsciously looked at Chu Fengshui, only to see Chu Fengshui's face filled with anger. She suddenly slapped the woman's face. "Bitch, did you act on your own initiative and wrongly accuse Wu Yu? Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing?" Only then did the woman react. She unwillingly knelt down before Wu Yu and said, "Young Master Wu, I'm sorry. I couldn't stand your harassment, so I acted on my own initiative and played a joke on you. Please forgive me." "What? You couldn't stand my harassment and played a joke on me? Your joke almost ruined my reputation and made me a sinner of the sect. This was only a joke?" Wu Yu was furious. Chu Fengshui coldly looked at Wu Yu. "If you're dissatisfied, you can kill this bitch to vent your anger. Her life and death has nothing to do with my manner. Nothing to do with your manner. You want my Rising Dragon sect to give up just like this?" Chu Ling couldn't help but be furious. After all, Wu Yu was framed, and the Rising Dragon sect reputation was damaged. Hearing this, Lu Yu sneered. "So what? Wu Yu was framed, but senior brother Bao Min's death was definitely your doing. This woman has already apologized. What else do you want?" Chapter 2638. Nothing much. I just want the Imperial Sky Empire to withdraw from Chu. Yi Fei's calm words caused a huge commotion in the crowd. There were two reasons why King Chu dared to covet the imperial power. Firstly, King Chu was ill and on the verge of death. Secondly, Chu Fengshui had invited many disciples from the Imperial Sky Empire. That was the real reason why King Chu dared to take the risk. Many of the armies and families in the Imperial City had chosen to side with King Chu because he had the support of the Imperial Sky Empire. If the Imperial Sky Empire withdrew, those officials who sided with them would instantly crumble. After all, even though Chu was strong, the Demon Emperor's army, backed by the Rising Dragon sect, would only be stronger. In a world of cultivators, what determined the fate of a country was never the number of troops, but the attitude of the sects that controlled the nine heavens. Right now, the Imperial Sky Empire had chosen to support Chu Fengshui's Chu royal residence, while Yi Fei had chosen to support the Demon Emperor's border army. It could be said that Yi Fei's words had changed the scale of the battle from Chu to a battle between the Rising Dragon sect and the Imperial Sky Empire. This was also Yi Fei's way of taking revenge on Chu Fengshui. After all, Chu Fengshui had planned to use Lu Yu to force him to use his spatial ability. Then, he would take the moral high ground and attack him. Not to mention, the Demon Emperor had been poisoned by the Chu royal residents and had almost lost his life. How could a disciple tolerate his master being in trouble? Seeing that Chu Fengshui wasn't speaking, Wu Yu, who had been framed, was furious. He took a step forward and said, "Does the Imperial Sky Empire dare to accept the challenge of my Rising Dragon sect? Why wouldn't we dare? Wu Yu, you're just a small fry from the Rising Dragon sect. If you dare to accept the challenge, I'll beat you down with a single hand." Another group of Imperial Sky disciples walked out from Space Gate. They were in charge of maintaining the Space Gate in the Imperial City's military camp. When they heard that the Rising Dragon sect had appeared, they all rushed over. The one who spoke was a late-stage divine sovereign with a sword on his back. His gaze was cold as he looked at Wu Yu with ridicule and disdain. Small Saber King, Zhang Lin. Wu Yu's fists suddenly tightened. Suddenly, he clenched his fists as if there was a huge wave of anger in his heart. It was clear that this wasn't the first time Wu Yu and Zhang Ji had met. They were very familiar with each other. Chu Ling explained in a low voice, "I've heard of this person before. Zhang San is a genius swordsman in the Imperial Heaven. Back when Wu Yu was in Chu country, he was discovered by Zhang San and was beaten half to death before being sent back to the sect. Because of this, Zhang Lin gained the reputation of a hero who saved a damsel in distress in the Chu country." Hearing these words, Wu Yu clenched his fists even tighter. However, he was unable to accept Zhang Lin's challenge. After all, he was already no match for Zhang Lin back in Chu country's imperial palace. If he went up now, he would only be asking for humiliation. Seeing Zhang Xin coming over, Chu Fengshue's gloomy face suddenly became a lot better. She smiled slightly and said, "Since seeing your brother's in such a good mood, I will naturally comply. Rising Dragon Sect, we can accept your challenge. We will each do our best. How about 3 battles to determine the victor? If we win, the Imperial Heaven won't interfere in Chu country's matters. If we lose, the 2 of you will have to leave a hand behind. Do you dare?" Chu Fengxue pointed at Yi Fei and Wu Yu coldly. As for Chu Ling, she was the personal disciple of the sect master. Not to mention Chu Fengxue, even Zhang San didn't dare to provoke her. Therefore, they chose to ignore Chu Ling. As for Yi Fei and Wu Yu, they had to ruthlessly humiliate them. Hearing Chu Fengshue's words, Wu Yu clenched his fists even tighter. This matter arose because of me. If I want to fight, I will fight alone. It has nothing to do with them. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match for them, Wu Yu still chose to face them alone. This courage made Yi Fei nod his head inwardly. He felt that he hadn't misjudged Wu Yu. However, in the eyes of the Imperial Heaven disciples, Wu Yu's actions were complete idiocy. Zhang San didn't hold back and said sarcastically, "Wu Yu, we haven't seen each other for a few months, but you've become more courageous. Unfortunately, no matter how courageous you are, you can't avoid the fact that you're a piece of trash." "Shut up." Wu Yu was thoroughly enraged. The little emerald dragon on his shoulder turned into a green dragon staff and fell into his hand. However, Wu Yu didn't attack. At the critical moment, a hand pulled him behind. Then, Yi Fei's left foot suddenly took a step forward. The indestructible sword token was already pointed at Zhang San's throat. "I'll fight you. However, the rules need to be changed. The loser will die. How about it?" Boom! Sword radiance spread out from Yi Fei's body. His words were as sonorous as a sword, causing Chu Fengshue's expression to change. After all, he was still worried about the Rising Dragon sect, so he didn't dare to go too far. His original intention was to humiliate Yi Fei. Therefore, he only needed one hand from Yi Fei and Wu Yu. However, Yi Fei directly turned this battle into a life-and-death battle. Chu Ling and Wu Yu both became anxious, especially Wu Yu. He had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhang San. He knew how terrifying Zhang San's sword was. "Brother Yi, retreat quickly. Don't compete with Zhang San." Wu Yu's expression was filled with anxiety. Even he wasn't Zhang San's opponent. Yi Fei had only joined the sect for a few days. How could he win? "It's too late. You dare to release sword qi in front of me, Zhang San. Not only are you insulting me, you're insulting the sword. You're not worthy of using a sword. I, Zhang San, will accept your challenge." Boom! Sword soul ignited and celestial force appeared. Zhang San immediately attacked. His sword was fast, vicious, and ruthless. Looking at the sword radiance, Wu Yu felt as if he was reminded of the time when he was defeated by Zhang San in the palace. Who in the same realm could withstand such a terrifying attack? Chu Ling, who had never experienced a real battle, turned pale. Then she saw Yi Fei attack. If Zhang San's sword was like lightning, then Yi Fei's sword was like a majestic river of stars. When the sword appeared, the stars shone brightly. It was as if a taiji was evolving and a sea of blood was born. The undying sword soul burned with flames that fused with the terrifying sword light. This was the taiji sword, the sword of desolation and death, and the God Tribulation blood sword. When this sword stabbed out, it was as if a sea of blood had appeared, covering the entire area and tearing Zhang San's sword light into countless streams of light. Zhang San's eyes widened instantly. He was in disbelief and disbelief. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, hoping to stab it into Yi Fei's throat. However, a black gold sword had already pierced his throat. "You're not worthy of using a sword," Yi Fei said coldly. These are the words that Zhang San had said to him. At this moment, Yi Fei returned the words to him and sent a sword strike. Zhang San's face was filled with fear and shock. In the end, his expression completely froze. All that was left was a cold corpse lying at Yi Fei's feet. With just one sword strike, Zhang San, who had once insulted and framed Wu Yu, was dead. Who's next? Chapter 2639. Zhang San's death was beyond the expectations of the Imperial Sky disciples, Chu Ling and Wu Yu. Many of the generals in the Imperial Sky Army stared at Yi Fei in fear. The generals of the Border Army cheered passionately. The injured Demon King was even more relieved. Originally, the Border Army was stronger than the army of the Imperial City. However, because of the intervention of Imperial Sky, the Border Army suffered heavy casualties in the repeated attacks on the city. Now, they were besieged by the Chu royal family's army and were about to be wiped out. However, if Yi Fei could defeat the Imperial Sky disciples and force them to not participate in the battle for the throne, the Demon Emperor was confident that he could turn the tables and enter the Imperial Sky City. Yi Fei, good job. The most correct decision that Wu Yu, made was to acknowledge you as my brother. Wu Yu was so emotional that tears streamed down his face when he saw the enemy who had framed and humiliated him die. I couldn't tell that this guy's talent was mediocre, but his combat strength was quite strong. Is this the benefit of training outside? Chu Ling was deep in thought. Through this battle, she finally understood the difference between her and Yi Fei. Let me do it. Zhang Lin's death had completely infuriated the Imperial Sky disciples. One of them, a bearded man with a sharp aura, walked out in an extremely cold manner. When Wu Yu saw that man, his expression changed once again. Oh no, it's the half-martial ancestor, Li Yong. The so-called half-martial ancestor was the Great Circle Divine Lord realm. They were already half a foot into the human ancestor realm. Moreover, Li Yong wasn't an ordinary half-martial ancestor. He was an Imperial Sky Inner Core disciple. His combat strength was undoubtedly even more terrifying. At this moment, even Chu Ling, who lacked combat experience, knew that this battle was unfair. Imperial Sky, you guys are cheating. Yi Fei is only a late-stage Divine Lord, but you guys sent out a half-ancestor. All's fair in war. We only said that 2 out of 3 battles will win this battle, but we didn't limit the realm. As long as it's within the Divine Lord realm, it's not against the rules. Lu Yu, who was beside Chu Feng Shui, retorted. The Imperial Sky disciples also laughed. No matter how they looked at it, a Great Circle Divine Lord against a late-stage Divine Lord was a sure win. Senior Brother Li Yong, kill him. Let's show the Rising Dragon Sect the strength of our Imperial Sky. An Imperial Sky disciple scolded. Chu Fengshua's gaze was also extremely cold as she stared at Yi Fei. If there was no explanation for Bao Min and Zhang Lin's deaths, the Emperor Heaven would definitely take its anger out on the Chu royal residents. What else could be better than using Yi Fei's life? A better explanation? The loser dies. That's what you said. Now you can die. Li Yong coldly walked forward. Although his expression was arrogant, every step he took was accurate down to the millimeter distance. This made Li Yong like a killing machine. When he killed people, he would not waste a single strand of profound energy, nor would he cause any additional injuries. This was Li Yong's saber, measuring heaven and earth. Boom! The terrifying saber light turned into a huge ruler that could measure the height of heaven and earth. It could also measure the angle of killing. When Li Yong attacked with his saber, there was a strange rune behind him that was faintly flickering. That was the will of the divine ability that Li Yong had comprehended. Now that it had merged with the will, the saber light became even more precise. It broke through the layers of sword light and slashed towards Yi Fei's throat. Yi Fei did not dodge. Against a half-martial ancestor, dodging was useless. After all, Li Yong's talent and cultivation rel were there. The only thing he could do was to catch him off guard. He had to use the fastest speed and the shortest time to kill Li Yong. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on, it would only be disadvantageous to him. Big Black, lend me your demonic power. Roar. At the crucial moment, Yi Fei activated the Dragon Emperor weapon. The dragon turtle and Yi Fei's hearts were connected, and they also activated the imperial weapon art. The instant the two of them activated the imperial weapon art, Yi Fei immediately felt as if he had completely fused with the dragon turtle. A terrifying will of demonic power emerged from Yi Fei's body. It turned into a boiling demonic aura that swept out in all directions. In the middle of the demonic aura was a huge black walk. It carried a ferocious aura as it smashed towards Li Yong. This scene also shocked the Imperial Sky Disciples. After all, the Rising Dragon sect was a major force that was not inferior to the Imperial Sky. Especially with the existence of the Dragon Emperor weapon, the Rising Dragon sect's disciples and their battle pet's strength could be stacked, resulting in a double attack. It was also because of this that the Rising Dragon sect's disciples could often rely on the advantage of their battle pets to make up for their lack of battle strength and talent. Although Yi Fei's action of throwing the Black Walk was very strange, Li Yong did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, the saber light in his hand split into 2 equal slashes, then 3 slashes, then 4 slashes. Countless saber lights whistled through the air and formed a world of saber lights, turning the dragon turtle into a black walk. It was trapped in the saber lights. As for the remaining saber lights, they were like a group of dazzling saber lights. They whistled through the air and gathered together, forming the initial saber light that came slashing towards Yi Fei's neck. Without the Dragon Emperor weapon, let's see how you can block my sure kill attack. Since I can't block it, I might as well not block it. With my sword, I shall slay the gods and demons. Crimson sword, Azura. Boom! Sword light flashed, and the crimson sword turned into Tai Chi. Yi Fei ignored the deadly saber. Suddenly, a terrifying purplish gold light burst out from his body. At the same time, the will of bloody battle and the will of demon burned at the same time. He also stabbed towards Li Yong. This attack was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was also completely out of Li Yong's delicate calculations. Initially, Li Yong thought that Yi Fei would panic after losing the Dragon Emperor weapon and try to summon it back. However, Yi Fei did not do that. Instead, he fought Li Yong with his life on the line. This kind of madness and bravery was exactly what the Imperial Sky Disciples lacked. It was also what Yi Fei was best at. This was because Yi Fei had the ancient god Golden Body. This was an ancient god Golden Body cultivation technique that could block Renzu's attack. When Yi Fei released the purplish gold light again, Liu Yu tried to warn him from afar. However, before he could do so, Yi Fei's sword and Li Yong's saber hit each other at the same time. Boom! A terrifying saber aura instantly covered Yi Fei's ancient god Golden Body with cracks. The saber was even less than half a centimeter away from Yi Fei's throat. This was Li Yong's strength. As a half-martial ancestor, he was able to kill the human ancestor. Even with his ancient god Golden Body, it was impossible for him to completely block this terrifying, life-reaping strike. However, Li Yong did not feel the slightest bit of joy from breaking through Yi Fei's Golden Body. Instead, a trace of shock and fear flashed through his eyes. That was because Yi Fei's sword had already pierced through his chest. The destructive sword Qi had instantly shattered his soul. Another cold corpse fell at Yi Fei's feet. Yi Fei had successfully killed Li Yong, a powerful half-martial ancestor, by injuring himself in exchange for Li Yong's life. Who will fight the next battle? Chapter 2640. Victory and defeat. Many of the Imperial Sky Disciples paled when they sensed Yi Fei's will to fight until the end, as well as his will to fight like an emperor among demons. One had to know that Li Yong was the one with the highest cultivation among them. In the end, he was still killed by Yi Fei's reckless fighting style. The Imperial Sky Disciples all had noble statuses. If they weren't from nobles, then they were from the royal family. At the very least, they were the direct descendants of some large clans. It was very difficult for them to be like Yi Fei, fighting in the wilderness and exchanging lives for lives. After all, the higher one's status was, the more they cherished their lives. At the very least, These people who follow behind Chu Feng Shui definitely couldn't do it. 2 out of 3 battles have been won. There's no need for this battle to continue. Imperial Sky has lost. At the back of the army, the Demon Emperor's aura was weak, but his spirit was bright. Yi Fei had killed Zhang San and Li Yong in succession. It could be said that the Demon Emperor and the entire border army were elated. Without needing any orders, the 200,000 border army soldiers shouted in unison, "Defeat." This shout caused the expressions of the Imperial Sky soldiers to change. Many of the generals who had surrendered looked at Chu Feng Shui in panic. The reason they had surrendered to the Chu royal residence and risked their lives for Chu Feng Shui was because of Chu Feng Shui's identity as a disciple of Imperial Sky. Now that Imperial Sky had lost and no longer participated in Chu's conflict, what could they use to contend against the Demon Emperor's border army and the Rising Dragon sect? Chu Feng Shui's face was ashen. This battle was supposed to end with the Demon Emperor's army being annihilated. In the end, Yi Fei's appearance not only turned the situation around, he even killed Bao Min, Zhang San, and Li Yong, 3 Imperial Sky disciples. This wasn't just a loss for the Chu royal residence. It was a loss for the Imperial Sky. It was like a heavy slap to the faces of the Imperial Sky disciples. Facing the 200,000 border army soldiers, the Imperial Sky disciples couldn't find a reason to refute. They could only roar in anger. After all, Yi Fei had won 2 battles in a row. It was a fact. Their Imperial Sky had indeed lost. Chu Feng Shui. It seems like we have no choice but to admit defeat. An Imperial Sky disciple said unwillingly. Hearing these words, Chu Feng Shui's ashen face suddenly turned gloomy. If Imperial Sky were to withdraw, those powers that had sought refuge with the Chu royal household would immediately split up. There was even a possibility that they would defect to the border army. As the eldest prince of the Chu royal household and the future emperor of the Chu country, Chu Fengshui naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. Suddenly, Chu Fengshui seemed to have made a decision. She looked at the woman who was still kneeling on the ground and said, "Chiyu, the prince's mansion has raised you for 20 years and made you a talent. Now, it's time for you to repay the prince's kindness. Go and fight." Boom. Feng Shui's. Chu Feng Shui of Chu. Yi Chu Feng Shui Chu was Shui. Chu. Chu Feng Shui. Chu Shui. Chu Yi Chu. But now, Chu Fengshui had sent out an adopted daughter who was weaker than Li Yong. This woman was also the one who had pretended to be a princess and framed Wu Yue. Seeing her, Wu Yu's expression changed. Chu Ling said unhappily, "What? You still don't want to give up?" "Senior sister, you know I didn't mean that. I'm just curious why Chu Feng Shui would send her for the last battle. No matter how I look at it, she can't possibly be Yi Fei's match." Wu Yu was very puzzled. Chu Feng Shui didn't say anything. He only gave a cold order. Even though she knew she would die if she went up, Chu Yu gritted her teeth, stood up, and walked towards Yi Fei. "Chu Feng Shui, Chu Yu, I'll fight you one last time." Yi Fei shook his head. He looked at the woman with sympathy. "You're not here to fight. You're here to die. If you fight, my sword won't show any mercy. Step down. You're not Chu Feng's adopted daughter. You're Chu Yu, a person of flesh and blood. You're not a tool they throw away after using you." Chu Yu's expression changed. It was a very complicated emotion. Yi Fei was clearly an enemy, but when she heard those words, Chu Yu had the urge to cry. But before she could speak, Chu Feng Shui's indifferent voice came from behind. "Chu Yu, you're not the only adopted daughter of the Chu family. If you're not confident, I can let someone else take your place." "No, Your Highness. Chu Yu is willing to fight. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Chu family." Chu Yu's expression suddenly began to panic. Chu Feng Shui's eyes became colder and colder. "If you want to fight, then you must win at all costs. Even if you die, yes, Chu Yu, let's fight. Kill." Her beautiful eyes had lost all emotion. All that was left was coldness and indifference. Chu Yu attacked. Her body dissipated like a shadow before quickly splitting up and charging towards Yi Fei. Every single one of them stabbed out with the same short sword. They were not ordinary short swords either. They were dipped in poison and could slice through the throat with a single strike. Seeing that dagger, the demon emperor couldn't help but become nervous. Yi Fei, be careful. That's a poison that's hard to break. You must not let it stab you. Master, don't worry. Although the poison is terrifying, she can't get close to me. Taiji sword dance. Yi Fei's divine sword hummed. The whistling sword chi, sword intent, and sword spirit fused together to form a strange Taiji sword dance. This sword dance was created by Yi Fei by fusing his own sword Dao with the earthly sovereign sword dance. It also brought the power of Taiji to its limits. Chu Yu's thousands of figures attacked, but they couldn't get close to Yi Fei. The Taiji sword dance had already shattered all the figures. Chu Yu was also at the intermediate divine sovereign realm. She wasn't a match for Yi Fei's sword, but this woman was very crazy. She used the afterimages that filled the sky to weaken the Taiji sword dance. Then, she burned her own blood and spirit. She plunged into the Taiji sword dance with her true body. In this way, when she rushed in front of Yi Fei's Taiji sword dance would grind her body to pieces and kill her. A cold look appeared on Chu Fengshue's face. Uncultured commoner, fighting with your life. You're not the only one who can do it. My Chu royal residents can too. Amidst the sword light that filled the sky, his eyes grew colder. He didn't care about Chu Yu's death at all. He even had the intention of wanting Chu Yu to die. But Chu Fengshue's intentions didn't succeed. At the critical moment, Yi Fei stopped his sword dance. He looked at the wounded Chu Yu with pity. She was also a pitiful woman. She was controlled by the Chu royal residents. She was called an adopted daughter, but her life was worthless. If you go in, you'll die. Retreat while I still have some kindness in me. Yi Fei brandished his sword. He wanted to use sword force to push Chu Yu back into the Chu royal residence's camp. But at this moment, Chu Yu made a crazy move. She burned all of her spirit and charged at Yi Fei's divine sword. She was so fast that Yi Fei didn't even have time to react. The sword in his hand had already pierced through Chu Yu's heart. What? Yi Fei was full of doubts. Ever since I was young, the 7 orphans and I were adopted by the Chu royal family. If I don't fight, it will be my brothers and sisters who fight. If I don't die, it will be them who die. Young Master Yi, let go of me. I don't want you to be. Chu Yu's eyes were unfocused. Her spirit had burned out and she had reached the end of her life. She finally had no more scruples. She wanted to say something to Yi Fei, but before she could say anything with a poof, a beam of cold light flew over from the distance. It directly cut off Chu Yu's beautiful head. It was Chu Fengshue. She had sent Chu Yu to her death. Then, when Chu Yu was struck by the sword, she personally killed her. Chapter 26:41. Within 7 days, Yi Fei would die. Poof! Chu Yu's cold corpse slowly fell at Yi Fei's feet. Fresh blood splattered all over Yi Fei's body. Some of it even sprayed onto the back of Yi Fei's sword-wielding hand. This was the so-called adopted daughter of the Chu royal residence. Her life was as worthless as grass, and she died just like that. She fought loyally for the Chu royal residence, but in the end, she was personally killed by Chu Fengshue. Chu Fengshue, you've gone too far. Yi Fei's tone was somewhat cold. Even though they were enemies, Chu Fengshue's methods were too cold-blooded. Many of the generals in the royal army also looked at Chu Fengshue with astonishment. They were waiting for Chu Fengshue's explanation. Chu Fengshue's expression was indifferent. A useless, lowly servant. Kill her to restore the prestige of the Chu royal residence. It's better for the Chu royal residence to betray others than for others to betray the Chu royal residence. Yi Fei, you've won this battle, but you definitely won't live past 7 days. All soldiers, charge with me. As the heir of the Chu royal residence, the future emperor of Chu country, Chu Fengshue wasn't willing to accept defeat. He wanted to let go and make a final gamble. He wanted to use the Chu royal army to annihilate the border army in one fell swoop. Chu Ling and Wu Yu both revealed furious expressions. Imperial Sky, could it be that you guys can't afford to lose? If you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. Our Imperial Sky won't interfere in this battle, but if you guys lose under the siege of the royal army, then that's your problem." Lu Yu and the other Imperial Sky disciples sneered. This time, Imperial Sky had lost too miserably. They had lost too much face. Even if they couldn't take action, they still wanted to use the Chu royal residence's army to make a final gamble. A cold smile appeared on Chu Fengshue's face as he looked at Yi Fei. "You're very strong, but this is Chu country's war and not the sex battle arena. So what if you won the battle? Even if Imperial Sky can't take action, I still have enough time to mobilize my troops and completely surround you. All soldiers charge." With that, Chu Fengxue retreated back to the Imperial Sky Army. Although he was the heir of the Chu royal family, he was still a disciple of the Imperial Sky Army. According to the rules, he was not allowed to interfere. However, during the battle just now, Chu Fengxue had secretly gathered the 500,000 soldiers from the Imperial Sky Army and completely surrounded the area. Even if the Imperial Sky Army did not interfere, Chu Fengxue believed that the Imperial Sky Army would definitely be able to defeat the exhausted border army. Moreover, the Imperial Sky Disciples' attitude of advancing and retreating with Chu Fengxue made many generals in the Imperial City deeply believe that even if Imperial Sky lost this competition, they would still support Chu Fengxue with all their might. At the same time, Chu Yu's death also made many generals who had sided with the Chu royal household understand the possible punishment for betraying the Chu royal household. When all of these factors were added together, the Imperial City's army immediately exploded with power. Countless Imperial City soldiers formed ranks and once again charged forward with a massive roar. What Yi Fei found strange was the border army's attitude. In the face of Chu Fengshue's attacks from all sides, the 200,000 soldiers of the border army remained unmoved. Even the Demon King returned to the battlefield with an injured body. "Yi Fei, what do you think the chances of my border army winning this battle are?" the Demon King asked. Yi Fei smiled wryly. "The enemy outnumbers us. Even if the Imperial Sky Army doesn't interfere, Master, your army's chances of winning aren't too high." However, the corner of Yi Fei's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. However, although the enemy is outnumbered, the border army can still maintain such high morale in the face of danger. Other than Master's good command, there should be other ways to turn defeat into victory, right? He looked at the Demon King. The Demon King's pale face finally revealed a gratified smile. "My disciple has finally grown up. Now, let Master teach you one last lesson. After that, you can complete your apprenticeship. Send the order, release the signal." Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge flames rushed into the sky. That was the signal for the Demon King's army to launch an all-out attack. Sensing this signal, a large number of troops appeared behind the reinforcements that Chu Fengxue had mobilized from all directions. They began to surround the Chu royal residence's army from behind. These aren't the border army, but the troops that this king had sent to various parts of Chu to gather. The Chu royal residents thought that they could take advantage of Emperor Chu's illness to control the palace and command Chu. However, they didn't know that Emperor Chu was a man of great talent and strategy. He had already bestowed this king with a commander's seal, allowing me to gather the troops of Chu's 100 cities and mobilize them to rescue the king. My fellow comrades, the Chu royal residence's army has been defeated. Whether or not they succeed depends on today, who will fight side by side with this king. At this moment, the Demon King's body was emitting the aura of a powerful king. Obviously, after entering the Heaven Realm, the Devil Emperor had also grown tremendously. Hearing the Devil Emperor's words, Yi Fei was surprised to see that many of the generals who belonged to the Imperial City Army had suddenly exposed their right arm and turned against their former allies. They were crazily killing each other. No one had expected that the Demon King would not only gather the entire nation's army to rescue the king, but he had also secretly instigated the defection of many of the Chu royal residence's troops. Yi Fei was completely convinced by the Demon King's tactics. The Demon King had also given him an incomparably vivid lesson. Chu Ling and Wu Yue looked at the pair of master and disciple, standing together, and felt an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts. This is too sinister, but I like it. Look at Chu Fengshue's ugly expression. I almost forgot that Chu Fengshue, you are also an Imperial Sky disciple. You no longer have the right to participate in this war. You can only open your eyes wide and watch as the Chu royal residence's army is completely annihilated. Seeing the chaos in the Chu royal residence's army, Wu Yue had completely vented the anger in his heart. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, Chu Fengshue and the Imperial Sky disciples behind him who were ready to make a move turned ashen. They were helpless because they had already lost the battle. Now, they could only watch as the Demon King's border troops, the army that had come to rescue the king, and the defected generals of the royal residence split up, surrounded, and quickly engulfed the Chu royal residence's army. Surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. There were already generals of the Chu royal residence who could not withstand the pressure and directly knelt on the ground to beg for their lives, ignoring the fact that Chu Fengshue was still present. Even more generals of the royal residence were torn to pieces. Before the tree fell, the monkeys had already scattered. The battle had only been going on for a few hours, but the Chu royal residence's army had already been completely annihilated. Countless of them knelt on the ground and surrendered. Chu Fengshue saw all of this with his own eyes. His expression became increasingly ugly, as if he had been ruthlessly slapped across the face. It was red, green, and white. It could be said that he had lost all his dignity. The Imperial Sky disciples behind him were fuming with anger as they looked at Chu Fengshue. Chu Fengshue, we were ordered to support you, but in the end, this is how you repay our support. Not only are Bao Min, Zhang Ji, and Li Yong dead, but now even the army of 500,000 is gone. Shut up. Chapter 2642. Meeting Emperor Chu Bung. Chu Fengshue's words were like a clap of thunder. Many imperial heavenly disciples were stunned, including Chu Ling and Wu Yue. Due to Chu Fengshue's identity as an imperial heavenly disciple, the Demon King didn't dare to openly attack Chu Fengshue in this battle. He could only allow Chu Fengshue to leave quickly under the escort of the imperial heavenly disciples. However, Chu Fengshue's words made the Demon King nervous. He hurriedly checked Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei was also puzzled. He hurriedly asked, "Master, how is it?" "There's no problem at all." The Demon King's expression was solemn. He was currently at the Middle Rinzu realm, but he couldn't see anything wrong with Yi Fei's body. This was precisely the problem. "Yi Fei, you must be careful. King Chu is known as the Poison King. He's most proficient in using poisons, and it's impossible to guard against him. Back then, I was poisoned by the Chu royal residence, and my cultivation was weakened by a large realm. If not for Miss Chu's divine pill, I would have died. Master, are you suspecting that Chu Fengshue has already poisoned me? How was that possible?" Yi Fei shook his head and suddenly called out the dragon turtle. "Big Black, check if there's any poison." After all, the dragon turtle had refined the poison dragon pearl and was very sensitive to poisons. At this moment, the dragon turtle sniffed Yi Fei's body and shook its head in the end. It didn't sense any poison. Squeak, squeak. In the beast's seal space, Xiao Chao also opened his heavenly eye of heaven and earth and examined Yi Fei from head to toe. He also didn't find anything abnormal. Only then did Yi Fei breathe a sigh of relief. He comforted the Demon King. "Master, this might be Chu Fengshue's bluff to scare me." Although he said this, Yi Fei still felt a bit uneasy. The Demon King's expression was also solemn. However, the army needed a commander to protect the king. Seeing that Yi Fei was fine, the Demon King could only pull himself together and pacify the army. At the same time, he took in the captives and cleaned up the battlefield in preparation for the attack on the imperial city. Seeing the Demon King leave, Chu Ling and Wu Yue walked over worriedly. Chu Ling took out another pill and said, "Yi Fei, the Rising Dragon pill is not only of healing, it can cure hundreds of poisons. Do you want to try?" "Of course." Yi Fei thought for a moment, then took a Rising Dragon pill and ate it. He didn't find any problems, so he was relieved. Wu Yu and Chu Ling also let out a sigh of relief. After all, If it wasn't for Yi Fei, Wu Yu wouldn't have been able to prove his innocence so easily. The two of Wu Yu's of the dragon, of the of heaven, of heaven, of heaven, of the of heaven, of heaven God. The reason why the demon emperor could become a king on par with the emperor was because he was very good at military strategy. In just one day, the demon emperor had reorganized his army and started to attack the imperial city. In order not to be dealt with, the remaining soldiers of the Chu royal residence put up a stubborn resistance. However, with Yi Fei, Chu Ling, and Wu Yu's help, the imperial city's gates were broken by noon. Close to 1 million soldiers entered the imperial city from all sides. However, because the imperial sky disciples were all staying in the Chu royal residence, and King Chu was adept at using poisons, the army that entered the city couldn't attack the Chu royal residence. Even the Demon King didn't have a good solution. In the end, he could only surround the Chu royal residence completely. Therefore, the first thing the Demon King did after taking back the imperial palace was to drag Yi Fei, Chu Ling, and Wu Yue into the imperial palace to visit the seriously ill King Chu. Yi Fei was very surprised when he entered the imperial palace. He realized that there wasn't a single person in the entire imperial palace. There was only a woman in imperial robes standing at the entrance of the imperial palace to welcome the Demon King. The Demon King didn't dare tarry. He hurriedly got off his horse and dragged Yi Fei over. "Greetings, Empress Yi. How is King Chu's condition? Where are the imperial guards?" Empress Yi shook her head. "My husband ordered them to disband. He didn't want his subordinates to become sacrificial lambs in the struggle for imperial power. Uncle, you were a step too late. My husband is already deeply poisoned. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer." The Demon King was alarmed. He suddenly looked at Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, I have a favor to ask of you. You're my master. Your matters are my matters." Yi Fei nodded calmly. There was no need to ask. He already understood the Demon King's intentions. He suddenly turned around and cupped his fists at Chu Ling. "Chu Ling, I have a presumptuous request. You master and disciple are so troublesome. Isn't it just rising dragon pills? I have plenty on me." Chu Ling casually threw out a bottle. Yi Fei and the Demon King both blushed with shame. Wu Yu was even more envious. As expected of a personal disciple, you even took out a bottle of the sect's most precious rising dragon pills. "Senior Sister Chu, I seem to be injured too. Can you scram?" Chu Ling said fiercely. Wu Yu felt inexplicably indignant. They were fellow disciples. He was clearly a little more handsome than Yi Fei. Why couldn't he get the rising dragon pills? "Your surname is also Yi. Could you be the Yi Fei that second uncle has been looking for? That's great. My husband can be saved now." Empress Yi was very excited. She grabbed Yi Fei with one hand and Chu Ling with the other and walked into the imperial palace. Wu Yu felt even more indignant. This was too much of a disregard for handsome men. Yi Fei finally met Emperor Chu in the imperial palace. He was an extremely dignified man. However, his hair was grizzled and his pale face betrayed Emperor Chu's weakness. However, a wisp of gratification still appeared on Emperor Chu's face when he saw the Devil Emperor. "Brother, you've finally come. Quickly take my empress and leave. In this way, even if I die, I'll be at ease." "No, I won't go. Wherever you go, I'll be there. Even if I die, I'll die with you." Empress Yi cried as she supported Emperor Chu. It was clear that the two of them had a very deep relationship. Chu Ling almost cried when she saw this. The Demon King was also very emotional. He hurriedly took out the bottle of rising dragon pills. "Brother, don't say such disheartening words. This is the rising dragon sect's most famous rising dragon pills. It can definitely cure King Chu's poison." As he spoke, the Demon King was about to hand the pills to Emperor Chu. However, Emperor Chu waved his hand sadly and shook his head. "Brother, I accept this favor, but the rising dragon sect can't cure King Chu's poison. This younger brother of mine is too vicious. During this period, I've searched through the imperial family's secret records and finally found out that King Chu was poisoned by the Void Serpent's heart poison. This poison is even more terrifying than the void serpent's poison. Those below Rinzhu will die within 7 days. Those above Rinzhu will also die within 3 months. Ancient emperors will also die within a year. Moreover, this poison has no antidote. Rising dragon pills won't work either. Brother, why is your expression so ugly? It wasn't just the Demon King's expression that was ugly. Yi Fei's expression was similarly ugly. Emperor Chu's words made Yi Fei recall Chu Fengshue's threat before he left. At that time, Chu Fengshue had also said that Yi Fei would die within 7 days. Chapter 2643. Detoxification. The snake heart poison was refined from the heart of a void serpent. Every single void serpent was an overlord of poisons. A single mouthful of their poison was enough to kill a mortal ancestor. If the heart of a void serpent was used as poison, it could even easily kill an ancient emperor. Suddenly hearing that he might have been poisoned by the void serpent's heart poison, Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become incomparably ugly. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. He clearly hadn't fought with Chu Fengshue, and Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle hadn't sensed any poison approaching. How had he been poisoned by Chu Fengshue's snake heart poison? May I ask your majesty how you were poisoned? Is there really no antidote for this snake heart poison? The demon emperor's expression was solemn as he asked Emperor Chu. Emperor Chu and the demon emperor were sworn brothers and could entrust each other's lives. Emperor Chu didn't hide anything and only said hatefully, "A year ago, there was an expert who snuck into the palace and tried to assassinate me. I originally thought that it was one of the ancient kingdoms that you and I had worked together to destroy. It wasn't until later that I killed that expert with my own hands, and his blood stained my hands, that I realized it was actually King Chu who coveted my throne and deliberately colluded with the remnants of the ancient kingdoms to arrange the poisoned blood death sworn." Empress, he also shed tears and said, "The void serpent's poison has always been hidden and difficult to detect. King Chu's wild ambition actually hid the snake heart poison in his blood, making the poison even more terrifying. In this year, my husband and I have thought of many methods, but we still couldn't get rid of this poison." Hearing this, Yi Fei suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He vaguely guessed that the dead Chu Yu and the orphans that King Chu had adopted were very likely the poisoned blood death sworn that King Chu had secretly cultivated. This was also the reason why Chu Fengshue had unexpectedly sent Chu Yu to fight in the third battle. At the same time, this was also the reason why Chu Yu had asked him to withdraw his sword before she died. It was very likely that Chu Yu wanted to remind him that her body contained the void serpent's poison at that time. However, Chu Fengshue had taken the first step and killed Chu Yu, even staining the back of Yi Fei's hand with Chu Yu's blood. This was also the reason why Chu Fengshue was so certain that Yi Fei wouldn't live past 7 days. The demon emperor, Chu Ling, and Wu Yue all looked at Yi Fei with shock and worry. Emperor Chu felt very odd. "Devil Emperor, what are you doing?" The demon emperor didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Yi Fei with incomparable self-blame. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't let you fight back then." "Master, if I didn't fight, would you have been able to enter the imperial city so smoothly?" After all, the Chu royal residence had imperial sky support at that time. Even if the demon emperor had instigated many of the imperial city's generals to defect, they wouldn't dare to openly betray him. The key to these people's defection was Imperial Sky's withdrawal. This was also the reason why Chu Fengshue wanted Yi Fei's life. Moreover, Master, it's just a mere void serpent. If Chu Fengshue wants to kill me with this, then he's too naive. Yi Fei's body suddenly overflowed with a strong sense of confidence. This wasn't his confidence, but his confidence in Xiao Chao. Back in Qingzhou, Rizu had also been plotted against by the Yinyang Palace and was poisoned by the void serpent. In the end, Xiao Chao only used a drop of immortal blood to neutralize the void serpent. Therefore, the void serpent was an incurable antidote for other martial artists, but it couldn't be more ordinary for Yi Fei. Chu Fengshue's assertion that he would die within 7 days was even more of a joke. Nonsense. The void serpent's poison can kill even the ancient emperors. How dare you say it's just a mere? The demon emperor was very nervous and self-reproachful. He would rather die than let Yi Fei die. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Empress Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Young Master Yi, could it be that you have a way to neutralize the void serpent's poison? Empress, don't say any more, Emperor Chu said dejectedly. Even he, the ancient emperor, couldn't solve the problem. How could Yi Fei solve it? Moreover, from the conversation between the demon emperor and Yi Fei, he vaguely understood something. His expression became even more apologetic. Little friend Yi, I'm sorry. Not only have I implicated Brother Demon Emperor, but I've also implicated you. Yi Fei smiled faintly and said solemnly, Your Majesty is too polite. The Demon Emperor is my master, and you are my master's sworn brother. There's nothing to be implicated about. Moreover, I might be able to neutralize the Void Serpent's poison, but I have a condition. What? You can neutralize the Void Serpent's poison? Both Emperor Chu and the Demon Emperor widened their eyes. Empress Yi was even more desperate. She suddenly grabbed Yi Fei's hand and knelt down. Young Master Yi, as long as you can save my husband, I'll agree to any condition. I can even make the decision to marry my daughter to you. Forget about marrying my daughter. I only have one condition. I want the Chu country to buy all the candied haws in the imperial city. Yi Fei said gloomily. Hearing this, not only was Emperor Chu stunned, Empress Yi was also stunned. However, the demon emperor seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. All right, as long as I can save you, and Emperor Chu, not to mention the imperial city, I'll buy all the candied haws in the entire Chu country. I'll give the order right away. Seeing the demon emperor rushing out to give the order, Emperor Chu and Empress Yi were completely dumbfounded. Chu Ling and Wu Yue were also staring at each other in confusion. No one noticed that within the beastmark space, Xiao Chao's ears were perked up. When he heard that the demon emperor wanted to buy all the candied haws in the imperial city, his eyes turned into crescents. As for the dragon turtle, its face was filled with grief and indignation. After all, as a growing turtle, the dragon turtle felt that it had been a long time since it had eaten dragon meat buns. However, taking advantage of Xiao Chao's happiness, the dragon turtle stretched out its black mouth and ate the profound stone that Xiao Chao had put aside. Then, it continued to put on a sad and indignant expression. Your Majesty, I also need a clean room where no one can disturb me. Only then can I find the solution to the void poison from my body, Yi Fei said again. Emperor Chu didn't refuse. Empress Yi was even more direct as she brought Yi Fei to the place where Emperor Chu usually cultivated. Countless profound energy was gathered here. After entering, Yi Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He directly called out Xiao Chao and said, Xiao Chao, it's up to you this time. Xiao Chao nodded vigorously. After all, he had the whole city's candied haws as a guarantee. Xiao Chao happily stretched out his arm and let Yi Fei take 2 drops of immortal blood. Although it was only 2 drops, seeing Xiao Chao tearing up in pain, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel intense anger towards Chu Fengxue. After all, if Chu Fengxue hadn't plotted against him, Xiao Chao wouldn't have to cry in pain and squeeze out his immortal blood. I must make Chu Fengxue pay back this debt tenfold. A cold light flashed through Yi Fei's eyes. He regretfully picked up Xiao Chao and put him back into the beastmark space. Only then did Yi Fei swallow the drop of immortal blood. Boom! Chapter 2644. Evil Sword Yi Fei finally understood why he showed no signs of being poisoned. Even Xiao Chao's eye of the heavens and earth was unable to detect his abnormality. It turned out that the Void Snake's poison was being used by the Void Snake in his body. It even gained the upper hand under the suppression of the eye of the sacred dragon. Yi Fei was instantly enraged. The energy formed from the immortal blood in his body roared like a raging wave and rapidly blasted towards the Void Snake. At this moment, the dark giant snake that was secretly absorbing the Void Snake's poison suddenly raised its ferocious triangular head and glared at Yi Fei with hatred. It's you again. You've ruined my plans. However, I won't let you succeed. This time, I will definitely swallow you and transform into a true void snake." Hiss! The snake raised its head. It was actually the void snake's poison. It was born from Yi Fei's bloodline and had infected Yi Fei's body. This void snake wanted to use poison to fight poison and strengthen the power of the void snake's poison in Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's expression became extremely serious, and his heart was filled with apprehension. This snake spirit that was born from his bloodline was clearly the greatest hidden danger in his body. At this moment, even Yi Fei did not know how to eliminate this hidden danger. After all, he was still far from reaching the level of an ancient god. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Yi Fei was feeling nervous, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded in his mind. In his consciousness, a resplendent, transparent crystal ball rolled to Yi Fei's feet. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the dragon turtle. It had entered Yi Fei's consciousness through telepathy. At the same time, a cute little girl in a green dress with pigtails sat on the dragon turtle's back. "Xiao Xiao, what did you come in?" Yi Fei was very surprised. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Xiao rode on the dragon turtle proudly. Unfortunately, Xiao Xiao still could not speak. Yi Fei could only look at the dragon turtle. However, the dragon turtle also looked very confused. As it cultivated the same imperial armament art as Yi Fei, the dragon turtle and Yi Fei could communicate telepathically. Just now, the dragon turtle had sensed the danger in Yi Fei's body and curiously ran in to take a look. In the end, because Xiao Xiao and the dragon tortoise had formed the dragon seal unique to the imperial weapon art, they could communicate telepathically. Therefore, when the dragon tortoise's consciousness ran in, Xiao Xiao's consciousness also ran in. This was probably something that even the dragon emperor, who created the imperial armament art, did not expect. The imperial armament art could allow 3 people to communicate telepathically. Naturally, Yi Fei would not have expected it. However, the spirit of the void serpent was the biggest threat in Yi Fei's body. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about how Xiao Xiao and the dragon turtle could enter his consciousness together. Yi Fei immediately ordered the dragon turtle without hesitation. "Big Black, charge forward. Xiao Xiao, drag that serpent out for me." Sensing that the situation was not right, the spirit of the void serpent's deep eyes suddenly shot out an evil and venomous light. "Hiss, hiss. If you stop me from being born, all of you will die, boom." The spirit of the void serpent opened its mouth and inhaled. The remaining poison of the void in Yi Fei's body condensed and turned into a black, evil sword. That sword was extremely evil and poisonous. When the sword light appeared, Yi Fei's body instantly emitted a terrifying poison of the void. It was as if the poison of the void could even burn the void. However, the dragon tortoise was not afraid at all. It was not that the dragon tortoise was brave enough, but it was too confident in Xiao Xiao, who was on its back. Facing the evil poison swords that were rolling towards it, Xiao Xiao's body suddenly erupted with an intense 5-colored divine light. This was the 7 Wonders divine light that was unique to the Spirit Immortal tribe. It was also the greatest nemesis of all forms of energy. Although the spirit of the void serpent was powerful, it was only a serpent spirit born from the curse in Yi Fei's body. It was only a spiritual body and did not have a physical body. The moment it encountered the 7 Wonders divine light, the spirit of the void serpent let out a miserable shriek. The originally pitch-black body had once again turned a golden color. The huge snake head was also faintly discernible, like a dragon or a snake, flickering in and out of existence. Clearly, when the void serpent was weak, the power of the sacred dragons had also become stronger. Yi Fei's heart also became excited. This spirit of the void serpent has always been a great threat to me. If I can use Xiao Qiao's 7 Wonders divine light to completely destroy it, then I might not even need to wait until I reach the ancient god realm to break the curse in my body. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Yi Fei finally made up his mind. Big Black, continue to charge. Once we kill this snake, we'll have plenty of dragon meat buns later. Roar. The dragon turtle's domineering aura surged. Its body burned with terrifying demon fire and dragon flames as it viciously pounced on the spirit of the void serpent. In the eyes of the dragon turtle, it was no longer a terrifying void serpent, but a delicious dragon meat bun. In order to eat one more meal, the dragon turtle was really going all out this time. On the turtle's back, Xiao Chao's body was protected by divine light. It was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. It waved its small hands forward. With one hand holding the seven wonders' divine light, and the other holding the deity beating whip, it was already lashing out at the spirit of the void serpent. I won't let you have your way. As long as your bloodline curse is not broken, I won't die. The spirit of the void serpent's huge eyes were filled with resentment. Suddenly, it became extremely evil. Its snake head suddenly disappeared, and once again merged with the sacred dragon's eye. Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle were a step slower. When the seven wonders' divine light and the deity beating whip hit the sacred dragon's eye, they were actually reflected by the sacred dragon's eye and hit the dragon turtle's body instead. Roar! It hurts! The dragon tortoise's spiritual body was hit so hard that its limbs went soft on the spot. Its eyes rolled in circles as it disappeared from Yi Fei's consciousness together with Xiao Cao's spiritual body. Yi Fei's expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the sacred dragon's eye could not only suppress the void serpent and prevent it from affecting his mind, but it could also protect the void serpent and prevent Xiao Chao's seven wonders divine light from directly attacking the void serpent snake spirit. These two seem to have formed some kind of strange symbiotic balance in my body. If I want to completely kill the void serpent, it looks like I have to think of a way to completely control the power of the sacred dragon's eye. Yi Fei thought to himself. After all, the sacred dragon's eye was formed from the sacred dragon's lifetime of cultivation. It was also an ultimate treasure of the dragon clan. Being able to merge with it was already extremely fortunate. Wanting to completely control it wasn't that easy. However, once Yi Fei mastered it, he would be able to control the sacred dragon's eye and prevent the spirit of the void serpent from hiding. Very smoothly, he would be able to completely eliminate the bloodline curse in his body. Yi Fei, are you thinking that you can get rid of me by controlling the sacred dragon's eye? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Your bloodline is my life. I was born from your bloodline. I won't die unless you die. If you don't die, I'll have eternal life. One day, I will devour you and take over your physical body. Then I will truly become the void, with eternal life. Chapter 26:45. Never let her down. What surprised Yi Fei even more was that the evil sword condensed by the void serpent actually stopped in his consciousness and turned into strange symbols. Looking at those symbols, Yi Fei was even more shocked. This evil sword was actually the bloodline seal that broke away from the void serpent spirit. Strange, the bloodline seal in my body was first the bloodline shackles, then the star map. These were all evolved from the ancient god's curse. Even the void serpent spirit was born from its own bloodline due to the curse. Moreover, when I broke the bloodline shackles, the grade of my bloodline kept increasing. Does this mean that when I break the evil sword, my bloodline will be further improved? When he thought of this possibility, Yi Fei's heart became faintly excited. In fact, he had always regretted that due to the influence of the void serpent spirit, his bloodline grade had reached its limit at grade 10. This kind of talent was considered top-notch in the divine prefecture. However, in the Nine Heavens domain, countless divine dynasties, ancient countries, and ancient clans that formed the 9 great powers, Yi Fei's grade 10 bloodline was clearly not enough. This was also why the Scarlet Moon ancient emperor once said that he could only be considered the pride of a region, not the pride of this world. Until this time, when Yi Fei was poisoned and the void serpent spirit was drawn out, he was severely injured by Xiao Chao's divine light of 7 wonders. Yi Fei finally saw a way to rise. That was to not only weaken the void serpent spirit, but also peel off the bloodline seal, and then try to break through and break through. But before that, I have to think of a way to quickly expel the poison of the void from Emperor Chu. Yi Fei secretly thought. However, in this way, he would need Xiao Chao to release the immortal spirit blood. Yi Fei could not help but feel distressed. In his heart, he also developed an even greater dislike for the Chu royal residents. After all, the one who released the poison of the void was none other than Emperor Chu and Chu Fengxue. Yi Fei, I've already bought the candied haws you wanted. The demon emperor's anxious voice came from outside the clean room. Then, piles of candied haws flew in like rain and piled up into a small mountain. Xiao Chao's eyes suddenly sparkled. He ran out with his short legs and hugged a pile of candied haws and rolled around on the ground happily. Yi Fei was relieved. After all, Xiao Chao was still happy to be with him. As for the dragon turtle, who was hugging his leg and rubbing it with all his might to say that he wanted to eat dragon meat buns, Yi Fei was too lazy to scold him. He quickly took the 2 drops of immortal spirit blood that Xiao Chao had released and walked out of the clean room. He returned to the main hall of the palace. Inside, Empress Yi was waiting there anxiously. Beside her stood a beautiful young girl in palace attire. She looked very similar to Empress Yi. Her beauty was elegant and graceful. Needless to say, this was most likely the real princess of the Chu kingdom. Sensing Yi Fei's gaze, the young girl blushed instantly. However, she still mustered her courage and bowed to Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, please save my father. I know, this young girl, am willing to repay you as a servant. That shy tone made the little emerald dragon on Wu Yu's shoulder stare straight. Damn it, why can't I be the one who can save Emperor Chu? Such a delicate beauty. Scram. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling had already kicked Wu Yu and sent him flying. She displayed a violent beauty that was different from the princess. Yi Fei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly pretended not to see and moved to the side. Princess, you're being too serious. Emperor Chu is my master's sworn brother. He's also my elder. What I'm doing is what I should do. As he spoke, Yi Fei handed the 2 drops of immortal spirit blood to Emperor Chu. Emperor Chu nodded with a smile and swallowed them in one gulp. He didn't have any doubts at all. Yi Fei couldn't help but nod secretly. Judging from his words and actions, he knew that Emperor Chu was a magnanimous and wise ruler. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the demon emperor and become sworn brothers with him. After all, the demon emperor was actually very proud in his bones. Apart from Yi Fei, the demon emperor was fearless toward anyone and everything. Boom! After refining the blood of the immortal spirit, the pale countenance of Emperor Chu suddenly recovered its rosy color, and the aura of death that coiled around his body was instantly swept away. A strand of formidable ancient imperial might erupted from Emperor Chu's body, and it instantly enveloped the entire imperial palace. Yi Fei, thank you very much this time. Emperor Chu stood up from his throne with a solemn expression. He suddenly knelt before Yi Fei and said, I'm unable to repay you for saving my life. Please accept my bow. This ancient emperor, the ruler of a country, was actually bowing to Yi Fei, who was at the Divine Lord realm. This scene shocked many people. Yi Fei was also shocked. It had to be said that Emperor Chu wasn't just a wise ruler. He also had a unique charisma. Your Majesty, you're being too courteous. I've already said that you're my elder. Saving you is what I should do. Yi Fei quickly moved aside. Emperor Chu's bow was too heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't bear it. The Devil Emperor also said, Your Majesty, Yi Fei is my disciple. He's not an outsider. If you do this, you're treating him as an outsider. Emperor Chu shook his head and smiled bitterly. In my life, I only owe 2 people a favor. The first is the Devil Emperor, and the second is Yi Fei. Hearing this, Empress Yi suddenly blinked her eyes. She secretly pinched the back of Emperor Chu's hand and said, Husband, if you don't want to owe a favor, I have an idea. Why don't you marry your daughter to Yi Fei? My heart has already turned cold towards the Chu country's royal family. Why don't I hand over the Chu country to Yi Fei? Ha, that's a good idea. The Devil Emperor and I are brothers. My daughter and his disciple should naturally be together and control the Chu country. Emperor Chu's eyes lit up. He looked at Yi Fei with a smile and said, Yi Fei, do you agree? Emperor Chu's decision shocked everyone present. Could it be that Yi Fei was going to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become the new heir to the throne of the Chu country? The Chu country's princess raised her head shyly and looked at Yi Fei with anticipation. Chu Ling impatiently urged, Yi Fei, quickly agree. Once you become the prince consort and have the Gu Emperor as your father-in-law, this is an opportunity that many people yearn for even in their dreams. Don't speak nonsense. Yi Fei's expression was very solemn and even somewhat cold. Chu Ling had never seen Yi Fei with such an expression before. She couldn't help but be frightened. Emperor Chu also noticed Yi Fei's abnormality. He couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, Yi Fei, is there something that you're dissatisfied with? Your Majesty, it's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that I can't agree to your kind intentions. I already have someone that I love, and I will definitely not let her down in my life. I was born in this world, and I will die in this world. I will never leave her until the end of my life. Yi Fei's expression was filled with determination. Chapter 2646. A world-shaking sword Emperor Chu wasn't angry at Yi Fei's insistence. Instead, he admired Yi Fei even more. Yi Fei, since you love someone, I won't force you. However, I once said that anyone who can cure my poison can take away the treasures in the national treasury. Now, you can go to the national treasury and take away anything that catches your eye. Emperor Chu was indeed very magnanimous. The treasures stored in an ancient country were definitely incomparably valuable. However, Emperor Chu said that as long as Yi Fei took a fancy to it, he could take it away. Not to mention Chu Ling, even Wu Yu was shocked. Only the Demon Emperor seemed to know Emperor Chu's character. He said indifferently, Yi Fei, since Emperor Chu has said so, then don't be courteous. Especially those 3 treasures of the Chu country. Even I covet them. Let's go. I'll take you to the national treasury. Demon Emperor, you can't wait to empty out my national treasury. Emperor Chu couldn't help laughing. The Demon Emperor also laughed and replied, in order to save you, I gathered an army of 1,000,000. If I don't reward them based on merit, how can they be convinced? Seeing the two of them echoing each other, Yi Fei couldn't help smiling. He knew that with Emperor Chu's friendship with the Demon Emperor, he wouldn't care about treasures. His heart moved, and he had no more scruples. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards Emperor Chu and said, Your Majesty, I wonder if you can help me remove the seal on my spatial belt with your ability? Although Yi Fei had successfully left the Dragon God Valley, his spatial belt was still sealed. Since he was going to the National Treasury to choose treasures, he naturally had to remove the spatial belt. Emperor Chu also noticed Yi Fei's spatial belt. He revealed a shocked expression and said, Is this a divine runic seal of an ancient god? Fortunately, this seal should have been casually created by an ancient god. It doesn't have much power. Boom! As Emperor Chu spoke, a ray of divine light shot out from his fingertip. It was actually Sword Dao, and an extremely powerful one at that. A single sword strike shattered the seal on the spatial belt. Yi Fei couldn't help but look at Emperor Chu in astonishment. Emperor Chu also stared deeply at Yi Fei. Your Sword Dao isn't bad. Be careful when you go to the National Treasury this time. Perhaps you will encounter a pleasant surprise. After saying that, Emperor Chu closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. A huge seal fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor. That was the Emperor Chu's seal, the imperial token of the previous emperors of Chu. Emperor Chu casually gave it to the Demon Emperor. Just this boldness alone was not something an ordinary person could compare to. It was fortunate that the Demon Emperor didn't let down Emperor Chu's trust. In the past few years, he had worked together with Emperor Chu to expand their territory, destroying many powerful ancient kingdoms. Not only did this increase the strength of Chu country, but the treasury of Chu country was also filled with many treasures. When the Devil Emperor brought Yi Fei, Wu Yu, and Chu Ling to Chu country's treasury. Even Chu Ling, a personal disciple of the Rising Dragon sect, couldn't help but be shocked. Chu country's treasury is almost comparable to Master's private treasury. What? Sect Master has a private treasury? Wu Yu, who was gossiping, came over. What he received was a violent kick from Chu Ling. Yi Fei also looked at Wu Yu sympathetically before hurriedly entering the treasury. Yi Fei didn't even look at the ordinary profound veins and profound stones. He followed closely behind the Demon Emperor, heading towards the deepest part of the treasury. There was a small door there. There were countless divine runes carved on it, and many of them were innate divine runes. The Demon Emperor pointed at the small door and said, "This is Chu country's treasury, the place where the country's treasures are kept. Each of you can choose one treasure. As for Yi Fei, follow me." He didn't let Yi Fei choose any of the country's treasures. Instead, the Demon Emperor brought Yi Fei to the most inconspicuous part of the treasury. There were ordinary stone carvings there, and many of them emitted a rotten aura. "Master, why did you bring me here?" Yi Fei was puzzled. The Demon Emperor smiled mysteriously. He raised the Chu Emperor's seal in his hand and said, "Do you know the origin of this seal? It was left behind by the first-generation Emperor Chu, and the first-generation Emperor Chu was said to be an extraordinary person. In his early years, he used the identity of a sword slave to follow a formidable ancient sword god. Later on, the ancient sword god went mad because of some matters and vanished from this world. The first-generation Emperor Chu returned to his homeland, founded the kingdom of Chu, and left behind this sword seal." Boom! As he spoke, the Demon Emperor activated the Chu Emperor's seal. Yi Fei was shocked to see that the Chu Emperor's seal was formed by a sword light. When the sword light shot out, the seemingly ordinary stone carvings suddenly moved. A special projection appeared on top of the carvings. In the projection, there was a figure shrouded in sword light standing in the universe. The figure condensed a sword, and the entire world seemed to transform into a sword that fell into his hand. He suddenly slashed out, and the world split open. The sun and moon reappeared, and the countless stars in the void were instantly pulverized. Just sensing this aura made Yi Fei feel a stabbing pain in his soul, as if it was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but look at the Demon Emperor in horror, but he saw the Demon Emperor's solemn expression. This sword was secretly formed by the first Chu Emperor when he was a sword slave. Moreover, it was incomplete. But it was this incomplete sword light that allowed a lowly sword slave to establish the Chu country a few decades later. He was only a step away from breaking through to the ancient god realm. The Demon Emperor's words shocked Yi Fei. Just an incomplete sword technique could allow a sword slave to almost break through to the ancient god realm. If it was a complete sword technique, how terrifying would it be? Yi Fei immediately understood why the Chu Emperor's words had a hidden meaning. He even gave the Chu Emperor's seal to the Demon Emperor. After all, this sword technique was a secret of the Chu country. If it was taught to Yi Fei in public, it would definitely incur the displeasure of the Chu royal family. But if Yi Fei accidentally learned it in the national treasury, then no one would say anything. "Yi Fei, Master will bring your two friends around for a stroll. Make the best use of your time to comprehend it. Remember, you only have 6 hours." After the Demon Emperor finished speaking, he quickly left. Yi Fei nodded. He understood that this should be the Chu Emperor's bottom line. After all, he had saved the Chu Emperor but had rejected the Chu Emperor's betrothal. The Chu Emperor must have had no other choice but to display the strongest sword technique of the Chu country to him. However, Yi Fei only had 6 hours to comprehend it. Once the time was up, no matter how much Yi Fei comprehended, he would no longer have the chance. He would have to come into contact with this world-shaking sword technique that surpassed the ancient god realm. Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent. He immediately focused his attention on the mural and looked at the terrifying sword light that gradually appeared. This sword light fused with the heavens and earth and shattered the starry sky. It had a spirit that could destroy the heavens and earth and kill gods and devils. With just a glance, Yi Fei felt a stabbing pain in his soul. He had the illusion that the sword was tearing him apart. His eyes were filled with even more shock. What a terrifying sword technique. Just an incomplete image is enough to cause my soul to collapse. If it was a complete sword technique, then it's not something I can withstand. Even an ancient god would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 26:47. As Yi Fei focused, he felt that his divine soul seemed to have entered a mysterious starry sky. His surroundings were filled with dead stars. These stars were filled with the marks of time. He could faintly see many tall buildings facing the starry sky. Unfortunately, this starry sky had already lost all signs of life. An indescribable feeling of sadness surfaced in his heart. Slave Chu, how long have you been following this emperor? Suddenly, another strange voice appeared beside Yi Fei's ears. Yi Fei felt his body become heavy. He didn't know when, but he was actually carrying a heavy ancient divine sword on his back. That sword was too heavy. Carrying him, Yi Fei actually had the illusion that he was carrying the entire world. His waist began to bend, as if he was going to be crushed by the ancient divine sword. His legs also began to tremble. It was as if he was going to kneel in front of that existence the moment he heard that sentence. What was even more frightening was that from the beginning to the end, Yi Fei only saw a back view. However, this back view gave him endless pressure. It was a pressure that not even an ancient god could give him. This person is definitely an existence that has surpassed the ancient god realm. Oh no, I seem to have fallen into some kind of strange memory. Yi Fei was shocked. He had also experienced this kind of situation in the land of the ancient god. Obviously, this was the memory left behind by the first Emperor Chu. This memory was also the memory of the first Emperor Chu following this ancient sword god as a sword slave. Moreover, due to the influence of the shocking sword light, Yi Fei's consciousness miraculously overlapped with the first Emperor Chu's memory. Involuntarily, an unfamiliar voice came out of his mouth. Master, this sword slave has followed Master for 300 years. Yes, it has been 300 years. 300 years ago, when you and I met, you were just a slave that was being sold. At that time, this emperor was just a small Rinzhu. This emperor used 300 years to break through from Rinzhu to the ancient god realm, then to the ancient god realm, and finally to the current heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, I was still wrong. I originally thought that when I broke through to heavenly emperor, it would be the time when I returned home in glory and glory. However, what I saw when I returned was endless destruction. Everyone is dead. My hometown, my country, my family, my relatives, my best friends, and even this star field. Back then, this emperor left in a fit of anger, only to travel to the end of the world with my sword. Now, this emperor has returned in glory, but what I see is only ruins. At this point, the hazy figure suddenly let out a painful whimper. It was the cry of the celestial emperor and the mournful cry of the sword. Suddenly, the celestial the arch attacked. His black hair had turned white. With a wave of his hand, the ancient sword that had almost crushed Yi Fei fell into the hands of the Sky Emperor. It let out a sword howl, as if it was the ruler of the world. Sword slave, look carefully. You have followed me for 300 years. Today, I will teach you a sword. This sword can plant your sword heart, open your sword domain, and help you rise to the top. As for how many levels you can comprehend, that will depend on your comprehension ability. Remember, this sword is called the Calamity Sword. The Celestial the Arch had regrets. He used the Calamity Sword to conquer the world. Rumble. The mighty sword light was like the heavenly Tao, enveloping the world in all directions. The endless sword light turned into raging waves that swept out in all directions. Suddenly, it turned into tens of thousands of sword threads that filled the starry sky. Finally, under the illumination of the sword light, the dead starry sky of the universe suddenly seemed to have a final radiance. The scene of time flowing backward happened. The dead stars glowed with light again, and the dead starry sky became prosperous again. Yi Fei saw countless powerful ancient emperors and even ancient gods roaming the star field. Yi Fei saw countless common people and low-level martial artists living and working in peace here. Yi Fei also saw a youth carrying a sword on his back. He ignored the calls of his family and left the starry sky, stepping into the vast void of the universe. Yi Fei also saw an ancient battleship traversing the starry sky. On the bow of the battleship stood many powerful black figures. These black figures were like locusts that charged into the star field. They killed people, massacred cities, and plundered all life. Suddenly, a crazy roar sounded in Yi Fei's ears. It was the Sky Emperor's angry roar. "It's you. It's you. You destroyed my homeland and killed my family. I'm going to find you. I'm going to use the sword in my hand to kill all of you." Boom! A terrifying sword might suddenly spread out in all directions like ripples. Everything that was swept by the sword light seemed to shatter completely. A great sense of danger appeared in Yi Fei's heart. The Celestial Emperor's strike had actually vaguely appeared through the memories of the first Emperor Chu. It had turned from memories into reality, and at this moment, it pierced towards Yi Fei's soul. Yi Fei's heart started to beat faster, but he didn't retreat. If he retreated now, not only would he not be able to obtain the Sky Emperor's terrifying sword, but he might also lose his sword heart. He would forever live under the shadow of the Sky Emperor, the ancient sword god, like the first Emperor Chu. As a swordsman, Yi Fei would never allow his sword to be inferior to another's divine sword. Indestructible sword token slash. Yi Fei's hair fluttered as boundless sword qi whizzed around his body. The Taiji life-killing sword, Taiji solitary sword, indestructible emperor sword, divine tribulation blood sword, Taiji sword dance. Yi Fei continuously released all the sword Dao mystiques he had mastered in one breath and slashed at the divine sword that was piercing towards him. At the same time, purple gold flames suddenly burned on Yi Fei's body. The mad demon battle technique and the ancient god's golden body overlapped, causing Yi Fei's defense to become even more terrifying. He suddenly made a move and suppressed the sword light. At the same time, his hand had already grasped the sword light in his hand. The mighty sword Qi immediately exploded. Not only did it destroy all of Yi Fei's sword Dao mystiques, but it also destroyed the ancient god's golden body in an instant. Then, it directly rushed into Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei immediately felt the pain of the sword Qi entering his body. His soul felt like it was being torn apart. However, at the same time, a wave of obscure information rushed into Yi Fei's mind like a flood. "It's the Sky Emperor's sword Dao." The Celestial Emperor regretted it, so he fused his sword Dao into a sword and gave it to the first Emperor Chu. The first Emperor Chu then used his own memories to preserve this sword and pass it down to his descendant for generations to come. This was the calamity sword mystique that the Sky Emperor's regrets had created himself. Yi Fei's mind continued to rumble, but he was filled with joy. He had finally succeeded in deciphering the terrifying Sky Emperor's regrets with his own perception and sword Dao. However, compared to the Sky Emperor's regrets personally executed by the Sky Emperor, the calamity sword in the first Emperor Chu's memories is too vague. It's almost impossible to completely comprehend it. Hold on. Chapter 2648. Although it was impossible for Yi Fei to derive the complete Celestial Emperor Tribulation Sword at his current level, he could still make the Celestial Emperor Tribulation Sword stronger through derivation. Furthermore, not only do I have to deduce the Celestial Emperor Tribulation Sword, but I also have to try to integrate this sword into my own sword path. Yi Fei said quietly. After all, someone else's sword Dao was ultimately someone else's. Yi Fei did not wish to end up like the first Emperor Chu, forever living under the shadow of the ancient sword god and never being able to surpass him. Just as Yi Fei was thinking about how to integrate the Celestial Emperor's sword principle into his Taiji sword principle in the Chu royal residence, they immediately sensed the terrifying imperial aura that Emperor Chu had once again enveloped the entire imperial city. Sensing this imperial aura, the imperial army that had already completely surrounded the Chu royal residence naturally cheered. The remaining troops of the Chu royal residence had a change in expression. After all, the reason why they dared to rebel was because Emperor Chu was seriously ill and could no longer support it. Only then was King Chu able to win over the hearts of the people and gradually take control of the court. But this advantage had been completely lost with the crushing defeat of the Chu royal estate's army and the recovery of Emperor Chu's injuries. Everyone in the Chu royal residence was in a state of panic. Many generals surrounded Chu Fengxue and pressured him. "First Prince, where is the prince? Now that the situation is hopeless, let's quickly break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, once Emperor Chu and the Demon Emperor join forces and attack." Dong! Suddenly, without a sound, the leading general was bleeding from his 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground with a black face. A cold voice came from inside the Chu royal residence. "Fengxue, how's the communication with the imperial sky? Are your seniors really unable to help the Chu royal residence?" In the face of King Chu's incorporeal poisoning, the generals who had just been advising him broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to make sound. Chu Fengxue smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Royal Father, although we lost the last battle, the deaths of Bao Min and the other 2 senior brothers will not be forgotten just like that. I even informed the eldest senior brother of the news as soon as possible." Very good. Lu Fenghan is the strongest genius in the imperial sky. The Han Alliance that he formed includes the strongest youths in the 9 heavens domains. If he's willing to show up, he'll completely suppress the juniors of the Rising Dragon sect. Coincidentally, I'll break through to the ancient emperor realm in 3 days. At that time, my Chu royal residence will have a chance to turn the tables. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying poisonous cloud covered the entire Chu royal residence. It also scared the army outside into retreating in fear. After all, King Chu's most terrifying aspect was his poison techniques. Even King Chu, who was at the ancient emperor realm, had nearly been poisoned to death. This was also the reason why the demon emperor ordered the army to only surround the Chu royal residence and not attack. However, just as everyone was retreating, at the back of the crowd, a youth emitting a cold aura walked toward the Chu royal residence, attracting the attention of many of the generals. One of the Rinzhu even stopped him coldly. "What are you waiting for? This is a forbidden area. Without the orders of His Majesty and the King, no one is allowed to approach the Chu royal residence." Bam! Before that Rinzhu could finish speaking, a cold gaze suddenly pierced through his body. It actually pierced through his armor and left 2 bloody holes in his body. This scene shocked even more generals. "Who are you?" Then, more generals of the allied army surrounded him from all directions. However, before they could get close, an even more terrifying cold aura suddenly swept through the void like a hurricane. Heaven and earth instantly froze, and ice sculptures appeared one after another. This also caused chaos in the army. Many generals immediately sent news of the youth to the palace. At this moment, King Chu was in seclusion to recover from the injuries he had sustained during this period. The Demon Emperor had also brought Chu Ling and Wu Yue to the treasury to choose treasures. When he suddenly heard the news, the Demon Emperor was stunned for a moment. However, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly said to Chu Ling and Wu Yue, "You 2 stay here and choose treasures. I'll be back soon." "Senior Demon Emperor, let's go and help." Chu Ling rolled her eyes. She had left the mountain this time to gain experience and make up for her shortcomings. Now that she had another chance to fight, Chu Ling naturally would not miss it. Seeing that Chu Ling wanted to go, Wu Yue naturally did not dare to delay, considering Chu Ling's special status. He could only say, "Senior Sister Chu, I'll go with you. By the way, should we call Yi Fei along?" "No need. The few of us are enough to handle it." The Demon Emperor was very confident in his army. At the same time, he did not want to delay Yi Fei's comprehension of the Celestial Emperor's sword principle. After all, King Chu had relied on his comprehension of the Celestial Emperor's sword principle to break through to the ancient Emperor realm. The Demon Emperor had also relied on his comprehension of the Celestial Emperor's sword principle to break through to the late Renzu realm. As Yi Fei's comprehension was stronger than his, the Demon Emperor naturally hoped that Yi Fei could comprehend more and be stronger than him. Immediately, the Demon Emperor quickly left the palace with Chu Ling and Wu Yue and rushed towards the Chu royal residence. However, the Demon Emperor was still a step too late. When he arrived, he only saw the ground covered in ice sculptures. Those were the frozen figures of the generals who had tried to stop the youth. The Demon Emperor even saw a few human ancestor experts in front of him, injured and coughing up blood. Their faces were ashen, and they couldn't help but tremble. Seeing the Demon Emperor, they couldn't help but fall to their knees and say, "Prince beside the Emperor, we were useless." An entire army of 1,000,000 couldn't stop that young man. Instead, he broke into the Chu royal residence. What? An army of 1,000,000 couldn't stop him? Chu Ling and Wu Yue were extremely shocked. Looking at the ice sculptures on the ground, the Demon Emperor's expression was grave. How many people were killed or injured? What's his cultivation level? There were no casualties. That person acted appropriately. He seemed to only want to enter the Qi royal residence. As for his cultivation level, you might not believe me, but he's only a late divine lord. The few human ancestor generals were dejected. They were all important officials in the army, experts of the human ancestor. Yet, they were unable to stop a puny divine lord. This made them very disheartened. When he heard this and looked at the ice on the ground, Wu Yue's expression suddenly became very grave. This ice reminds me of someone. Who? The Demon Emperor and Chu Ling were very curious. Wu Yue's expression was grave. Imperial Sky, Lu Mohan. This person is the strongest genius of Imperial Sky. It's said that he has a terrifying 12th grade bloodline. He once killed Renzu when he was a Dao Lord. He even cultivated a technique that defied Imperial Sky and mastered the unique Imperial Frost Dipper. Boom! Before Wu Yu could finish his sentence, the doors of the Chu royal residence suddenly opened. Teams of elites from the Chu royal residence escorted Chu Fengxue and the Imperial Sky disciples out. However, regardless of whether it was the Imperial Sky disciples or Chu Fengxue herself, they all had a look of reverence as they followed behind a young man in white. Chapter 2649. Han Alliance Lu Mohan was clad in white, resembling a white-clothed war god. A cold gust of wind blew through the air, filling the atmosphere with a cold and murderous aura. This was the royal polar astral wind. Each and every movement of it could cause a phenomenon in the sky. The Demon Emperor's expression stiffened. He could sense a deadly aura from Lu Mohan's body. It was obvious that this young man was extremely terrifying, as he was able to kill a human ancestor despite the difference in cultivation level. Moreover, this kind of killing was different from Yi Fei's divine ghost cauldron. Lu Mohan's threat wasn't because of his treasures, but because of his strength. He was someone who couldn't be ignored just by standing there. However, as Chu country's Emperor Chu's most trusted sworn brother, the Devil Emperor wasn't intimidated by Lu Mohan's threat. Instead, he said coldly, "Lu Mohan, your Imperial Celestial Sect disciple once promised that he wouldn't interfere in Chu country's internal affairs. Are you here to break that promise?" Although Imperial Sky was strong, if they went back on their word and did this in front of the millions of soldiers of Chu, especially Chu Ling and Wu Yu, then Imperial Sky's reputation would be ruined. Chu Fengxue and the others' expressions changed. However, indifference appeared in Lu Mohan's eyes. Imperial Sky won't interfere in Chu's matters. This time, I didn't come here to represent Imperial Sky, but to represent the Han Alliance that I established. What's the Han Alliance? Chu Ling was puzzled, but Wu Yu's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "The Han Alliance is an alliance created by Lu Mohan. Almost half of the young geniuses from the 9 great sects are gathered there." Before Wu Yu could finish, the Demon Emperor's expression changed. One had to know that the 9 great sects controlled the 9 great heavens. The Rising Dragon sect and Imperial Sky were both part of the 9 great sections. Yet, Lu Mohan was able to gather half of the geniuses from the 9 great sects to form the Han Alliance. From this, one could see how powerful and terrifying the Han Alliance was. What was even more tricky was that the Han Alliance didn't belong to Imperial Sky. It was Lu Mohan's personal alliance. Even if Imperial Sky's disciple Yi Fei was defeated and couldn't interfere in Chu's internal affairs, Lu Mohan could still use the Han Alliance's name to interfere in Chu's internal affairs. Understanding this, not only did the Demon Emperor's expression change, but the expressions of the various city lords and generals who had come to rescue the Emperor also changed. Emperor beside the Emperor, what should we do? First, there's Imperial Sky. Then there's the Frost Alliance. What can we use to resist? Imperial Sky is powerful. Rising Dragon Sect is Imperial Sky's strength. Is Dragon Sect? Lu Mohan, the Chu country has already agreed to submit to my Rising Dragon Sect. Where did you come from? Hurry up and go back. At this critical moment, Chu's and Generals Chu and Generals all. Lu Mohan's gaze also swept over to Chu Ling. Chu Feng Shui immediately introduced her in a low voice. Senior brother Lu, she is Chu Ling, the personal disciple of the Rising Dragon sect Zhonglang. Previously, it was because of her that I was forced to fight with Yi Fei. In the end, that Yi Fei was simply a devil. He actually relied on Chu Ling's support to kill 2 senior brothers, Zhang Ji and Li Yong. So that's how it is. The identity of a personal disciple isn't something you can harm. However, Lu Mohan, don't place you in my eyes. Li Yong is a member of the Han Alliance. He can't die in vain. Lu Mohan's expression was ice cold. He suddenly took a step forward and grabbed at Chu Ling. That feeling was like an eagle trying to catch a white rabbit on the ground. He didn't place Chu Ling in his eyes at all. This kind of contempt made Chu Ling furious. She roared and faced Lu Mohan with 2 roaring dragons, shattering the void. Chu Feng Shui and the other Imperial Sky disciples were shocked. Chu Ling was using the Rising Dragon Fist, the most famous Rising Dragon Fist. The fist could condense a divine dragon and kill in all directions. Moreover, that fist technique was very difficult to practice. As far as they knew, there were less than 10 people in the Rising Dragon sect who could practice that fist technique. Lu Mohan's face showed a hint of surprise. The Rising Dragon Fist has a high requirement for bloodline. Since you can practice it, your bloodline should have reached the 11th grade. However, it's a pity that you lack experience and battle experience. Therefore, your Rising Dragon Fist only has the form but not the power. Cold air whistled in all directions. In an instant, it turned into 2 terrifying cold blades. One of them cut the divine dragon, and the other cut the void. Chu Ling's Rising Dragon Fist was completely destroyed. At the same time, a cold blade appeared on her neck. As long as Lu Mohan willed it, he could take her life. Chu Ling's face instantly turned pale. She had only experienced such a setback from 2 people. One was Yi Fei and the other was Lu Mohan. Moreover, Lu Mohan's strength was definitely above Yi Fei's. Bastard, Lu Mohan, let go of senior sister Chu Ling. Wu Yu's eyes turned red. Chu Ling's identity was not ordinary. If anything happened to her here, Wu Yu would not be able to explain it to the sect lord. Even though he knew that he was no match for Chu Feng, Wu Yu still rushed forward. He wanted to save Chu Ling, but what greeted him was Chu Feng Shui's cold voice. You're just an ant, and you want to go against the Han Alliance? Senior brother Lu doesn't need to do anything. I can defeat you with one hand. Boom! Imperial Qi soared into the sky. Chu Feng Shui was as majestic as an emperor. With a palm print, Wu Yu was about to counterattack. Suddenly, a spatial force slowed his movements. Behind the crowd, Lu Yu smiled sinisterly at Wu Yu. Chu Feng Shui's poisonous palm had already landed on Wu Yu's body. On his chest, a terrifying black handprint appeared, constantly corroding Wu Yu's flesh. Go back and tell Yi Fei to come here in an hour to see senior brother Lu Mohan. Chu Fengshui said arrogantly. He did not kill Wu Yu. Instead, he deliberately humiliated him and let Wu Yu pass the message to Yi Fei. On the other side, Lu Mohan also had no intention of hurting Chu Ling. The reason why he had captured Chu Ling was because he was afraid that Yi Fei would run away and it would be difficult to chase after him. It was better to use Chu Ling as a hostage to force Yi Fei to show himself. The Demon King's expression was grave and worried when he saw Chu Ling and Wu Yu being defeated in an instant. However, he could not do anything. Just as Lu Mohan made his move, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked out of the poisonous clouds in the Chu royal residence. This man was none other than the Renzu avatar of the king of Chu. Chapter 2650. Divine Power. Entering the Tao, the situation was getting worse. Even the Demon King couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lu Mohan's strength wasn't just because of his combat strength, but also because of his identity as the eldest disciple of Imperial Sky and the leader of the Frost Alliance. Especially the latter, who had gathered half of the young geniuses from the 9 major sections. When these geniuses matured, they would definitely become the future Renzu and Emperor Gu of the Ancients. They would become the mainstays of their respective sections. Who could stop such a force? Who would dare to? How could the Demon King allow Lu Mohan to meet Yi Fei? Just before Wu Yue left, the Demon King sent a solemn voice transmission. Wu Yue, get Yi Fei out of Chu immediately. Chu Ling is the sect leader's personal disciple, so Lu Mohan won't hurt her. But he won't let you and Yi Fei off. Wu Yue's heart trembled. If he and Yi Fei left, what would the Demon King and Chu use to stop Lu Mohan and the Frost Alliance? However, when he saw the Demon Emperor's demon sword light growing more and more terrifying, as well as the faces of the soldiers around him, Wu Yue suddenly understood something. He began to run madly, hoping to find Yi Fei before the poison took effect. Boom! Just as Wu Yue left, the Demon King's sword light flashed, forming an earth-shattering wave. It didn't hit the front, but the soldiers around it. This wave pushed countless soldiers to safety. Even King Chu's Renzu clone hadn't expected this. Demon King, you're willing to risk being poisoned to death by me in order to save your subordinates. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Die. The poisonous cloud churned as the forefather of man's avatar transformed into a green rain of light. It blotted out a large portion of the sky outside the Chu royal residence. Many of the soldiers in the sky began to decay, instantly turning into a pile of white bones. Sword engulfs the world. The Demon King's face contorted in pain. The sword in his hand turned into a terrifying black hole that devoured the green rain of light. All troops retreat. The Demon Emperor's thunderous voice reverberated through the air. His voice even traveled to the entire Imperial City. Clearly, due to the interference of Lu Mohan and the Han Alliance, the Demon Emperor no longer had the confidence to encircle and annihilate King Chu. He began to use this method to warn King Chu and Yi Fei. It was a pity that Yi Fei, who was immersed in his comprehension of Sword Tao, did not hear it. At this moment, his entire mind was connected to the Dragon Turtle. With Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao, and the Dragon Turtle's minds connected, the Dragon Emperor weapon of the Dragon Turtle changed from a black pot to a sparkling ball covered in various innate divine runes. This sphere was the second form of the Dragon Turtle after it transformed into a soldier. It had the most amazing deduction ability. When Yi Fei's spirit merged with the Dragon Turtle's spirit, he naturally gained this ability. In addition to the effect of the imperishable sword token, Yi Fei's comprehension had reached an unbelievable level. Even his deduction ability had entered a strange realm. Mystique entering Tao. In such a realm, Xiao Qiao and the Dragon Turtle were surprised to see that Yi Fei's consciousness had evolved into many mystical worlds. Furthermore, in each world, there was a tiny person that looked exactly like Yi Fei. They were cultivating diligently in each world. Some of them used wooden swords, some used stone swords, and some even gathered qi to form swords. Moreover, the sword Dao that each Yi Fei used was exactly the same as the Celestial Emperor's sword Dao. This was the sword Dao that the Celestial Emperor had created. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. It was even more difficult to deduce it. Soon, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle saw these tiny people that looked exactly like Yi Fei explode and die in the process of using their sword techniques. Some of them went berserk and died. Some of them were trapped in the sword Dao and couldn't extricate themselves. Some of them even couldn't control the sword Dao they were using and were killed by their own mystiques. Yi. Xiao Qiao was completely stunned by the fancy ways these tiny people died. The dragon turtle was elated as it watched these tiny people die in all kinds of ways. Gradually, the dragon turtle realized something was different. Although these tiny people kept dying, there were still some tiny people that managed to survive in the process of using their sword Dao. At the same time, the Celestial Emperor's sword Dao that these tiny people used became more proficient and more complete. Originally, the first Emperor Chu was trapped by his own talent and his respect for the ancient sword god. The Celestial Emperor's mystique that he recorded was very vague. He couldn't completely display the power of the Celestial Emperor's mystique. However, Yi Fei managed to deduce the complete Celestial Emperor's mystique through the indestructible sword token's increase in comprehension, the dragon turtle's deduction ability, and his own understanding of the sword Dao. With these three factors combined, he managed to deduce the complete version of the Celestial Emperor's mystique. Although this completeness was still a huge gap compared to the Celestial Emperor himself. When Yi Fei woke up, he was surprised to find that the Celestial Emperor's sword Dao that he had mastered had been upgraded from an incomplete primordial mystique to a great void mystique. Moreover, having a large number of great void mystiques was the reason why the 9 major sects of the Heaven Domain attracted countless geniuses to join them. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but become excited. The Celestial Emperor's sword Dao carries the Celestial Emperor's mystique. This calamity sword hasn't been deduced to its limit. It can still be stronger. Grabbing the ball of light that the dragon turtle had transformed into, Yi Fei immediately wanted to continue his deduction. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were completely speechless at how Yi Fei forgot himself when he started cultivating. Just as Xiao Qiao was about to return to the beast-marked space and go back to sleep, Xiao Qiao suddenly sensed something. He opened his divine eye of the heavens and earth in surprise and looked in the direction of the palace. That was the place where Emperor Chu was recuperating. At this moment, an extremely terrifying emperor's aura exploded. That was Emperor Chu's anger. The demon emperor's voice didn't alert Yi Fei, but it alarmed Emperor Chu, who had recovered from his injuries. Emperor Chu immediately rushed in the direction of the Chu royal residence without caring about his injuries. Sensing Emperor Chu's aura, the real Emperor Chu, who was hiding in the Chu royal residence, immediately let out a sinister laugh and rushed into the sky with his original body. Brother, you shouldn't have come. Now that I've finally broken through to the ancient Emperor realm, do you think you still have a chance of winning? In the poisonous clouds that filled the sky, Emperor Chu emitted an obscure ancient emperor's aura. This aura shocked many of the troops that came to rescue the emperor. It also made Emperor Chu's expression change completely. How is this possible? Your poison technique needs at least 3 more days to break through to the ancient emperor realm. How did you break through in advance? The most important condition to become the emperor of the Chu country was to break through to the ancient emperor realm. This was also the reason why Emperor Chu didn't dare to kill Emperor Chu when he used the poison of the void to plot against him. This was because Emperor Chu hadn't broken through to the ancient emperor realm back then. He didn't have the confidence to fight to the death with Emperor Chu. However, it was different now. Li Yong's death had infuriated Lu Mohan, the leader of the Han Alliance. Chapter 2651. The Battle of the Ancient Emperor's King Chu did not say anything. He only nodded respectfully in LV Mohan's direction. An ancient emperor bowed his head in respect to a divine lord. This was a shocking matter. King Chu's gaze subconsciously looked at LV Mohan. His eyes were filled with anger. Was it you who brought the poison that allowed King Chu to break through to the ancient emperor realm? Martial artists who cultivated in poison arts had a different way of raising their realms compared to other martial artists. Other martial artists required cultivation techniques and laws, but poison arts required all sorts of poisons. However, compared to cultivation techniques, powerful poisons were too difficult to find. This was why many cultivators who used poison were unable to raise their cultivation level despite being able to kill cultivators of a higher cultivation level. In the end, it was even possible that the poison would attack their heart and cause a backlash. King Chu had already used up all the poison in the Chu country. It was impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. Therefore, the only thing that could allow King Chu to break through earlier was the poison brought in by an outsider. For a time, Emperor Chu's gaze when looking at Lu Mohan already carried killing intent. However, LV Mohan was not afraid at all. His cold blade was still on Chu Ling's neck. He looked at King Chu indifferently and said, "That's right. It was I, LV Mohan, who helped King Chu to break through to the ancient emperor realm. Not only that, King Chu has already sworn that he will lead the Chu country to submit to me. From now on, the Chu country belongs to my Frost Alliance." Boom! LV Mohan's words were earth-shattering. They spread throughout the Chu country's imperial city and shocked countless people. Throughout history, there had been ancient countries that had submitted to the 9 great sects. For example, the Scarlet Moon Divine Dynasty and the Scarlet Dragon Divine Dynasty had submitted to the imperial sky. However, there had never been an ancient country in the entire heaven realm that had submitted to someone. If LV Mohan had done that, it would definitely be a huge matter that would shake the entire heaven realm. Even the 9 great sects would be shocked. From this, it could be seen how ambitious and daring LV Mohan was. He wanted to make an ancient country submit to him alone. If such news were spread, it would definitely make LV Mohan successful, but it would also bring great humiliation to the Chu country. Emperor Chu was completely enraged. Boundless killing intent transformed into the most terrifying ancient imperial sword light and slashed towards Emperor Chu. "Emperor Chu, I will kill you today." "Ha ha, royal brother, the one who's going to die today isn't me, but you. Once you're dead, I'll lead the Chu country and submit to the Han Alliance." King Chu laughed savagely. His greatest wish was to seize the throne. For this reason, even if King Chu had to submit to LV Mohan, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, LV Mohan's bloodline was formidable, and he was said to be the person most likely to surpass the ancient gods. Submitting to such a monstrous genius, wouldn't it be an opportunity for the Chu country to rise up in the future? Boom! With such thoughts in mind, King Chu and Emperor Chu began an intense battle in the sky above the palace. Although Emperor Chu had become an ancient sovereign first, he was still very weak because he had just been cured of the poison of the void. King Chu, on the other hand, was waiting for an exhausted enemy. Using the might of the ancient sovereign, he was evenly matched with Emperor Chu. This caused the expressions of many of the city lords and generals in the army to change. Some of them even started to have second thoughts. The only ones who were loyal to Emperor Chu were the 200,000 border troops commanded by the Demon Emperor. These border troops also became the target of the remaining troops of the Chu royal residence. Therefore, just as King Chu and Emperor Chu were fighting, the remaining troops of the Chu royal residence also charged towards the Demon Emperor's border troops without hesitation. The entire imperial city was filled with war cries. In the sky, Emperor Chu's sword light and King Chu's poison light each filled half of the sky as they unleashed the most terrifying ancient sovereign mystique. The mystique caused the entire imperial city to tremble slightly. Feeling the trembling, Chu Ling's face suddenly turned pale. She wanted to take advantage of the moment when the ancient sovereign's battle attracted LV Mohan's attention to escape the threat of the frost blade. However, a cold voice soon entered her ears. It's best if you don't move. After all, you're the personal disciple of the Rising Dragon sect master. I don't want to hurt you. If that's the case, then let me go. I won't allow you to use me to threaten Yi Fei. Also, you'd better get Chu Fengxue to neutralize Wu Yue's poison. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Chu Ling's anger soared. She had never encountered such a setback in her life. LV Mohan's voice was filled with coldness as he shook his head. Yi Fei, he's just a nobody from the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. I don't want to kill him, much less use you to threaten him. These words were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. It also made Chu Ling's hair stand on end. Although she lacked experience, she was an idiot. Very quickly, she heard something from Lu Mohan's words. Your goal isn't Yi Fei. You're here for the Chu country. Targeting Yi Fei is just an excuse for you to interfere with the Chu country. Chu Ling's face was filled with anger. Then why did you purposely infuriate me and capture me? LV Mohan looked at Chu Ling coldly and said, It's simple. You're the personal disciple of the Rising Dragon sect master. If I capture you, the Chu Emperor won't dare to do anything to me. He can only fight the Chu Emperor to the death. As for Yi Fei, he's just an ant beneath my feet. If he wants to take revenge for Li Yong, I don't even need to do anything. My Han Alliance can bring his head to me. What? You sent someone to assassinate Yi Fei. Chu Ling was completely frightened by LV Mohan's words. Only at this moment did Chu Ling understand that from the very beginning, Lu Mohan's target had always been Chu. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Why would Lu Mohan pay such a high price, not hesitating to lose 3 royal heavenly emperor inner disciples just to gain control of Chu? At the same time, Chu Ling was secretly worried for Wu Yu and Yi Fei. Since LV Mohan had already sent people from the Han Alliance to kill Yi Fei, how could Wu Yu, who Chu Fengxue had purposely let go, be spared? However, Wu Yu, who was rushing to the palace, didn't know all of this. Because he had been poisoned by Chu Fengxue, his face had turned blue. Black poisonous blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Fortunately, Wu Yu's battle pet, the little emerald dragon, was born with the ability to cure poisons. Wu Yu relied on the little emerald dragon's protection to barely make it to the palace. I must tell Yi Fei that the Chu country is too dangerous. He must leave immediately and return to the Rising Dragon. Boom! Without a sound, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through Wu Yu's chest. In the void, a figure gradually appeared, staring at Wu Yu with a sinister gaze. Wu Yu, I'm sorry. You won't have the chance to inform Yi Fei. Today, not only will you die, Yi Fei will also die. Yi Fei won't live either. Lu Yu, why? Wu Yu vomited blood and fell to the ground, looking in horror at the Imperial Sky disciple who had ambushed him. Because of the poison in his body and Lu Yu's spatial abilities, Wu Yu didn't notice that he was already heavily injured. Chapter 2652. One sword, Lu Yu, go to hell. Wu Yu was completely enraged. Ignoring his injuries, the little emerald dragon also turned into a dragon rod and landed in Wu Yu's hand and was forcefully struck out by him. Seeing this, Lu Yu laughed out loud, his face filled with pity and disdain. Wu Yu, the current you has already been heavily injured by my sneak attack. You can still retain some strength. The more profound energy you use, the more you will only die. Poof. Before Lu Yu could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his body. It was the sound of a sharp blade piercing his body. But Wu Yu's Dragon Emperor weapon was still in his hand. How'd he manage to attack him? He raised his head and looked at Wu Yu in confusion. He saw that in Wu Yu's hand, other than the Dragon Emperor weapon that the little emerald dragon had transformed into, there was also an exquisite hand crossbow with spirit enhancement. Moreover, it was not an ordinary divine rune, but an innate divine rune. This is the God-slaying crossbow. Thank you, Brother Yi, for allowing me to enter the Chu country's treasury and obtain this treasure that can instantly kill Renzu. Lu Yu, you sneak attacked me, and I shot you with an arrow. It's not too bad. Wu Yue coughed out a large amount of black blood. Because he had used Xian energy forcefully, the poison in his body had acted up even faster. However, this crossbow arrow had killed Lu Yu at the most crucial moment. It had also allowed Wu Yue to inform Yi Fei and bought him some time. Outside the treasury, Yi Fei looked coldly at Wu Yue, who was being dragged over by the little emerald dragon. After hearing Wu Yue's account of the battle, his expression turned even colder. Then, he quickly took out a bottle of rising dragon pills and handed it to Wu Yue. This pill had been given to the Demon Emperor by Chu Ling to help him detoxify the poison. However, it had not been used and was given to Yi Fei by the Demon Emperor. Seeing this bottle of rising dragon pills, Wu Yue smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that this pill would be used on me in the end. However, Lu Mohan is too strong. Yi Fei, although you're strong, you're definitely not Lu Mohan's match. You should run. Wu Yue's expression was filled with anxiety. Now that Chu Ling had been captured, the Demon Emperor and the Chu Emperor were both in a difficult situation. Wu Yu didn't have much confidence in Chu anymore. After all, the ones who had attacked this time were the Han Alliance. Yi Fei also knew that Wu Yu was saying this out of goodwill. However, the Demon Emperor was fighting a bitter battle, and Chu Ling and Wu Yu were both injured. It was not his style to leave with his tail between his legs without doing anything. No matter how terrible Lu Mohan is, I must defeat him. A strong fighting spirit emerged from Yi Fei's body. Although Lu Mohan was terrifying, his heavenly Emperor divine power was not to be trifled with either. Moreover, the seal on his spatial belt had been removed, and the divine ghost cauldron was once again in his possession. Yi Fei was very confident in fighting against Lu Mohan. However, when Wu Yu felt this confidence, not only was Wu Yu not happy, he even revealed an even more anxious expression. He opened his mouth and was about to persuade him when suddenly a loud noise came from outside the palace. Xiao Chao's divine eyes of heaven and earth also looked outside immediately. Outside the palace, a young man in red holding a battle axe had walked in without anyone noticing. This young man's aura was like a raging fire. He was the one who had burned the border guards to death with a fire. Then, as if nothing had happened, he strode in and headed directly in the direction of the treasury where Yi Fei was. Lu Mohan's expression changed drastically when he saw that person's attire. It's the genius of the Blazing Inferno sect, Axe King Zhang Xiao. I didn't expect him to join the Han Alliance. Yi Fei, don't worry about me. Run. Wu Yu is deeply poisoned. Even if he took the Rising Dragon elixir, it would take time for him to recover. He did not want to be a burden to Yi Fei. I'm sorry, I don't have such a habit of abandoning my brother and running for my life. We live and die together. That's what brothers are like. Yi Fei patted Wu Yu's shoulder heavily and moved toward Axe King Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao did not even look at Wu Yu. His fiery eyes stared directly at Yi Fei. You are Yi Fei? The person that the Alliance leader personally ordered to be killed? Boom! As he spoke, the surrounding air suddenly became terrifyingly hot. Just a glance was already so powerful. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying Zhang Xiao's combat strength was. What was even more frightening was that Zhang Xiao was only a late-stage Divine Lord. The aura that he exuded was even more dangerous than that of many Renzu. Yi Fei's expression turned grave when he sensed this aura. According to Wu Yu, Lu Mohan captured Chu Ling to force you to show yourself. Why does he want you to kill me? Zhang Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Do you think an ant like you is worthy of the Alliance leader forcing you to show yourself? You think too highly of yourself. The Alliance leader is only doing this to find a legitimate excuse to intervene in the Chu country's imperial power struggle. Do you really think you are worthy of speaking to the Alliance leader? Zhang Xiao's face was full of contempt. However, when he mentioned Lu Mohan, his expression turned to one of reverence. It could be seen how terrifying Lu Mohan was to be able to make the Axe King, who was also a genius, revere a person so much. However, when he thought of Chu Ling, who had been captured, and the Demon Emperor, who was in a bitter battle, Yi Fei didn't retreat. He couldn't retreat either. A look of understanding appeared on his face. If that's the case, then Lu Mohan's target from the beginning wasn't me, but Chu country. However, I'm very curious. What exactly does Chu country have that your Frost Alliance would go through so much trouble, even going as far as to use the name of Imperial Sky to control Chu country? Yi Fei immediately made a bold conjecture after hearing Zhang Qiao's words. Zhang Qiao's expression changed when he saw Yi Fei's reaction. The killing intent in his heart burned like a raging fire on his axe. Kill. You know too much. Boom. A wisp of sharp axe light, like raging flames, burned the heavens and the earth and swept towards Yi Fei. Seeing this, Yi Fei was even more certain of his conjecture. The one who really wanted to control the Chu country wasn't Imperial Sky, but Lu Mohan and the Frost Alliance. After all, if Imperial Sky wanted to control the Chu country, they wouldn't have just sent a group of Divine Lord Intersect disciples. No matter what, Renzu would have come. Brother Yi, watch out. While Yi Fei was pondering this, the blazing axe was already cleaving toward his face. Wu Yue, who was watching in horror, hurriedly shouted a warning. However, his warning was still a step too late. The Axe King, Zhang Xiao, roared furiously. The axe in his hand had already cleaved down on Yi Fei's head, but was blocked by a layer of purple-gold Tai Chi light barrier. At the same time, the indestructible sword token in Yi Fei's hand suddenly slashed out. What he slashed out wasn't a pure celestial Arch Mystique. Instead, Yi Fei had integrated his own sword Dao into the celestial Arch Mystique and evolved it into a great void mystique, the Tai Chi Calamity Sword. Boom! When the Taiji Tribulation Sword collided with Zhang Qiao's raging Inferno Battle Axe, a terrifying divine sword light immediately split the raging Inferno Battle Axe in half. Then it pierced Zhang Qiao's body and nailed him to the ground, causing him to scream in pain. Chapter 2653. Solemn and stirring, the blazing fire sex genius, Zhang Qiao, had almost lost his life. It wasn't because Zhang Qiao wasn't strong enough, but because Yi Fei's sword was too terrifying. This was the Taiji Catastrophe sword that was infused with the Sky Emperor's mystique. Such a sword was definitely a top-notch Great Void mystique. How could Zhang Qiao block it? He actually lost. Yi Fei, when did you become so strong? Wu Yu was also deeply shocked by this result. He felt that before Yi Fei entered the National Treasury, and after entering the National Treasury, he was like a completely different person. This was the Sky Emperor's mystique. It had changed Yi Fei's temperament. He was like a divine sword that had been polished for thousands of years. Zhang Xiao of the Blazing Fire sect looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. You want to kill me? Yi Fei shook his head and looked at the sky above the imperial city. There, two terrifying ancient emperors were fighting. That was the battle for the throne between King Chu and King Chu. The Demon Emperor and Chu Ling were also there. I won't kill you. I don't care what the Han Alliance want from the Chu country. I only have one goal, and that is to ensure the safety of the Demon Emperor and Chu Ling. Boom! A terrifying Taiji aura turned into a divine picture and pressed down on Zhang Qiao's forehead. This was the Taiji sword seal formed by Yi Fei's sword radiance. This seal could seal Zhang Qiao's cultivation. If Zhang Qiao made any strange movements, it would explode and kill him. Then, Yi Fei carried the immobile Zhang Qiao and turned to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, I plan to meet Lu Mohan. Are you coming with me, or are you here to heal? Of course. You said that we are brothers. Wu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The effect of the rising dragon pill was very powerful. In just a short period of time, the wounds on Wu Yu's body had already healed. Even the poison in his body had already been removed. Wu Yu had regained his combat strength. Seeing this, Yi Fei nodded slightly. Together with Wu Yu, they grabbed Zhang Qiao and quickly rushed in the direction of the Chu royal residence. At this moment, the Chu royal residence was already filled with war cries. The intervention of Lu Mohan and the Han alliance gave the Chu royal household another chance to turn the tables in their despair. All the remaining soldiers of the Chu royal household erupted with their craziest side. They attacked the Demon King and the border army in a frenzy. On the other hand, the city lords and generals who had come to rescue the emperor became cautious. They were unable to determine whether Emperor Chu would obtain the final victory or not. They were also unable to determine whether the one who would control Chu would be the Rising Dragon sect or Lu Mohan's Frost Alliance. Thus, many city lords chose to watch from the sidelines. They did not help Emperor Chu, nor did they attack the Chu royal family. The inaction of these city lords caused the border army to fall into an even more difficult and bitter battle. A victorious smile appeared on Chu Fengshue's face. Surrender. You are all the elites of Chu. You should be loyal not to one person, but to the entire Chu country. Now, Emperor Chu has no virtue. My Chu royal household will naturally comply with the will of heaven and replace him. Whoever resists will be the enemy of the will of heaven, the Chu country, the Han alliance, and the imperial sky. Why aren't you surrendering? Boom! His final voice had already become a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of countless border soldiers. However, to Chu Fengshue's disappointment, not a single border soldier showed any signs of wavering. There was only indifference and boundless murderous intent. We border army soldiers only obey the orders of two people. One is the prince beside the emperor, and the other is Emperor Chu. Chu Fengshue, you are but a traitor. How can you mislead our soldiers? Poof. Before the general could finish speaking, a cold light had already beheaded him. Chu Fengshue stepped on the general's head with incomparable coldness and looked down at the crowd. One last chance. Surrender or die? If you don't surrender, then die. What answered him was even more war drum-like roars. They charged toward Chu Fengshue without hesitation. Chu Fengshue's expression suddenly became ferocious. The celestial stars in his hand crisscrossed, transforming into countless divine spears. Spear after spear pierced through the border army soldiers. However, as the most elite army of the Chu country that had been trained by the Demon Emperor, these border army soldiers were not afraid of death. They used their own blood and lives to carve out a bloody path. Countless of their comrades died tragically on the ground, but even more of their comrades shed tears as they sang a passionate war song. They calmly faced death and continued to kill. This courage caused a certain degree of shock to the disciples of the imperial sky. Lu Mohan's gaze suddenly became much colder. Although this army is strong, it doesn't mean that we can't defeat them. Chu Fengshue, I am very disappointed in you. Under the pressure of the Han alliance, the Chu royal residents had gone all out, but they still couldn't resist the desperate counterattack of the border army. This was the reason for Lu Mohan's disappointment. It was also a failure that Chu Fengshue couldn't accept. Almost at the instant that he heard Lu Mohan's words, a flash of great fury and viciousness flashed across Chu Fengshue's face. Alliance head, I, Chu Fengshue, will not disappoint you. If I poison these mere 200,000 ants, none of them will be spared. Men, bring out the poisoned men. Upon hearing the order, hundreds of prisoners covered in thick blisters were suddenly pushed out from the interior of the Chu royal residence. These were all poisoned men refined by the Chu royal residents through the practice of poison arts. Following Chu Fengshue's order, these poisoned men all let out beast-like roars of despair. They charged into the sky and into the battle between the two armies. Their entire bodies suddenly swelled and then self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Chu royal residence, terrifying green poisonous clouds immediately erupted. These poisonous clouds enveloped the border army and even the remnants of the Chu royal residence's army. While the soldiers on both sides were fighting, their bodies festered and fell to the ground in droves. Chu Fengshue, you are too ruthless. A divine lord general of the border army rushed out covered in poison. However, Just as he took a few steps, his legs rotted and turned into ghastly white bones. Why? We are risking our lives for the Chu royal residence. You Chu Fengxue are still so vicious. You even mercilessly poisoned your own people. There were also remnants of the Chu royal residence's army who retreated in horror. They charged at Chu Fengxue furiously, demanding an explanation. However, what greeted them was Chu Fengxue's cold celestial strength. It transformed into a heavenly blade and split the resisting general in half. You're just ants. It is your honor to fight for the royal residence. It is even more your honor to die for the royal residence. Chu Fengxue was expressionless. In order to achieve his goal of controlling the Chu kingdom, so what if he poisoned all the soldiers in front of him to death? Boom! However, Chu Fengxue's vicious scheme didn't succeed. At the critical moment, another huge black hole appeared in the sky. That was the terrifying black hole formed by the Devil Emperor. That black hole was capable of devouring everything. Naturally, it was also capable of devouring all of the poisonous clouds that filled the battlefield. However, by doing so, the Devil Emperor had gathered all of the poisonous clouds into one. Chapter 2654. I won't let you die. Not only were the border army soldiers weeping, but even the remnants of the Chu royal household's army were weeping. However, the fiend emperor, who had swallowed all the poisonous clouds, was attacked by the poison. The black hole in the void began to collapse, revealing the horrifying face of the fiend emperor, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Seeing this face, the surrounding Rinzhu of the Chu royal household were overjoyed. Ha! Rumor has it that the emperor beside the emperor commands troops like a god. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's all false. I've long heard that the emperor beside the emperor loves his troops like his own children. I've finally seen it for myself. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. You gathered poison in your body. Even if we didn't do anything, you would still die today. Cut the crap. Kill the fiend emperor and let him reunite with Yi Fei as master and disciple. Boom, boom, boom. While the fiend emperor was weakened from the poison, the Chu royal household's Rinzhu were not moved at all. Instead, they laughed mockingly, wishing they could charge forward and kill the fiend emperor with their own hands. A look of sadness flashed across the fiend emperor's eyes. Am I going to die here today? Master, you won't die. You will live a better life, better than any of them. Suddenly, a cold voice entered the fiend emperor's ears. At the same time, the space in front of the fiend emperor cracked open. Yi Fei used his spatial powers to teleport over and came face to face with one of the Rinzhu of the Chu royal household. Then, that Rinzhu was horrified to see a huge black cauldron come crashing down on his head like a mountain. In an instant, all his resistance was shattered. Bam! The void exploded, and the human ancestor's body exploded as well. With just one cauldron, Yi Fei had killed Rinzhu. Even though Yi Fei relied on the cauldron of the divine ghost, his actions still shocked many Rinzhu in the Chu royal household. It's Yi Fei. He's not dead. Chu Ling's eyes widened as she looked at the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. Originally, when Lu Mohan said that there would be people from the Han Alliance to deal with Yi Fei, she thought that Yi Fei would not be able to escape this calamity. She did not expect that not only did Yi Fei not die, he even appeared on this battlefield at this moment and instantly killed a Rinzhu. Yi Fei, why are you here? The Demon Emperor didn't have the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, he was angry and reproachful. I am the king beside the Emperor of Chu, and I had no choice but to die. You have nothing to do with Chu, so why did you get involved in this mess? The Demon Emperor was furious. Yi Fei turned around and revealed a very clean smile. Because you are my master, I will not allow you to die. Boom! At the same time that he killed Rinzhu, the cauldron of the divine ghost in Yi Fei's hand spun at high speed again. Like an ancient star of the divine ghost, it broke through the void and shattered the heavens as it continued to attack the second Rinzhu. Rinzhu immediately looked furious. A mere divine lord. Do you think you're Lu Mohan? How dare you sneak attack your ancestor? Great blood demon hand. A huge demon hand reached out to grab Yi Fei and seize the cauldron of the divine ghost. The other experts of the Chu royal residence were also restless. They could all see that the cauldron of the divine ghost was extraordinary and wanted to fight for it. Then they saw an incomparably terrifying scene. Yi Fei actually ignored the demon hand. The moment the brilliant sword light blocked the demon hand, the cauldron of the divine ghost had already smashed Rinzhu into a pile of meat paste. Another Rinzhu had died tragically at the hands of Yi Fei. Although he was the weakest of the Rinzhu early stage, it still shocked countless people. Many experts of the Chu royal residence were shocked to discover that even without the cauldron of the divine ghost, Yi Fei still had the strength to fight Rinzhu across realms. The victorious smile on Chu Fengshue's face became incomparably stiff at this moment. Then, great anger emerged from his body. "It's you again. You ruined my plans again. I, Chu Fengshue, swear that I will kill you." "Chu Fengshue, you came at the right time. Wu Yue's poison was your doing. Were you the one who sent Lu Yu to kill Wu Yue?" Yi Fei's gaze suddenly turned extremely cold as he stared at Chu Fengshue. In his great rage, Chu Fengshue didn't think much. Instead, he shouted coldly, "So what if I am? Not only Wu Yue, but you will also die in my hands. Take my spear, heavenly judgment." Boom! Chu Fengshue's first move was an Imperial Sky ultimate technique, the Great Void Mystique. The power of this mystique was far above that of the primordial mystiques. To be able to cultivate such a mystique at the Divine Lord realm, one had to be a prodigy. There was no doubt that Chu Fengshue was a prodigy from the Chu nation. Not only was he scheming, but his combat strength was also very strong. At this moment, the divine spear in his hand was like the heavenly judgment, carrying great power and murderous intent. However, in the face of this spear, Yi Fei didn't even look at it. No matter how strong Chu Fengshue was, he only made one move, and that was to raise the ghostly deity cauldron in his hand and violently blast it forward. The sky full of spear radiance was immediately shattered. However, Chu Fengshue didn't die under Yi Fei's ghostly deity cauldron like Rinzhu. This was because the divine spear in his hand was also extraordinary. It actually blocked the impact of the ghostly deity cauldron at the crucial moment. At the same time, endless poisonous clouds spread out from Chu Fengshue's body. In an instant, they gathered into streaks of poisonous wind that swept coldly and mercilessly towards Yi Fei. Wherever the poisonous wind passed, even the void was corroded. Yi Fei's expression turned grave. This Chu Fengshue wasn't only an Imperial Sky disciple, but he also seemed to have learned King Chu's poison techniques. His combat strength was even stronger. However, my Dragon Emperor weapon isn't to be trifled with either. Yi Fei activated the Imperial weapon incantation. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a demon. His demonic aura filled the sky, and a mountain-like illusory image of a dragon tortoise appeared behind him. It was like the overlord of the sky and the sea. It raised its head and roared. Following Yi Fei's angry roar, it turned into a huge black cauldron. It separated from the cauldron and smashed forward. The cauldron swung towards Rinzhu from the Chu royal residence, who was rushing towards him from the side. The expressions of the Rinzhu from the Chu royal household changed drastically. They were clearly afraid of Du Feng and did not dare to move forward. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly took a step forward. He had already disappeared in front of Chu Fengshue and suddenly appeared behind her. The ghostly deity cauldron whistled again and smashed out. A great fear struck Chu Fengshue's heart, causing him to subconsciously use the returning spear. The divine spear carried a terrifying celestial dipper and collided with the cauldron of the divine ghost once again. However, this time, the divine spear could no longer withstand the impact of the cauldron of the divine ghost. Instead, it broke inch by inch. Chu Fengshue's expression was also completely terrified. "Alliance leader, save me." Chu Fengshue begged Lu Mohan for help and terror. This was his only hope for survival. In the open space in the middle of the Chu royal residence, Lu Mohan's expression also changed abruptly. Clearly, he did not expect Chu Fengxue to be so vulnerable in front of Yifei. Then, a terrifying chill exploded from Lu Mohan's body. If Chu Fengxue dies, I will bury you with him. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the ghostly deity cauldron had already smashed down. Chu Fengxue was no longer in the sky, only a pile of flesh and blood. It was like an invisible slap that slapped Lu Mohan's face. Chapter 2655. Fengxue. In the sky, King Chu's face was filled with grief. Chu Fengxue was his most talented son. Because of Chu Fengshue's existence, King Chu was able to obtain the help of Imperial Sky and form a connection with Lu Mohan's Han Alliance. Otherwise, King Chu wouldn't have had the confidence to betray Emperor Chu with just the power of the Imperial Sky Palace. After all, to be able to become the emperor of an ancient country, one had to be the most powerful person in the entire Chu country. Even though he had broken through to the ancient emperor level, King Chu still didn't have absolute confidence. To be able to defeat Emperor Chu, King Chu had placed half of his hopes on Chu Fengxue and the other half on Lu Mohan's Han Alliance. But now, half of his hopes had been shattered. His most talented son had died, just like that. King Chu had gone completely crazy. The poisonous clouds in the sky started to churn along with King Chu's anger. This also made Yifei secretly fearful. After all, this was an ancient emperor who was proficient in using poison. Luckily, Emperor Chu's poison had been cured. Even though he hadn't fully recovered, Emperor Chu was still powerful, and King Chu couldn't defeat him in a short period of time. Seeing Chu Fengxue die, Emperor Chu's heart was filled with joy. His firm voice came from the sky. King Chu, as long as I'm here, don't even think about harming Yifei. Humph, there's no need for King Chu to do anything. I've already said that if Chu Fengxue dies, I'll bury him with her. Lu Mohan was completely enraged. At the same time, a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Yifei. However, Yifei wasn't afraid. He took Chu Fengshue's spatial belt and landed on the ground. He took a step forward and walked towards Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan, this is a matter between you and me. Let go of Chu Ling, and I will fight with you, Yifei said coldly. However, his words were mocked by the Imperial Sky disciples. Ha ha ha, you want to challenge Senior Brother Lu? I reckon that Senior Brother Lu can smash you into a pulp with one hand. Yifei, you're really stupid. You've killed so many of our seniors. Did you think that you would still have a chance to live today? The Imperial Sky disciples were filled with hatred and sarcasm. Initially, the operation of the Imperial Sky Empire in Chu was going smoothly. However, the appearance of Yifei caused them to suffer repeated failures. Their killing intent was boundless. However, Yifei simply ignored this hostility. He stared coldly at Lu Mohan and suddenly shouted, Lu Mohan, I will count to 3. Release Chu Ling otherwise. I will make Axe King Zhang Qiao accompany Chu Fengxue in death. That's right, Lu Mohan. Let go of senior sister Chu Ling, or my Rising Dragon sect won't let you off. At the back of the crowd, Wu Yu personally carried a young man as he stepped through the air. In order to let the crowd see more clearly, Wu Yu purposely made the imprisoned Zhang Qiao raise his head. The Imperial Sky disciples who had been hooting a moment ago all shut their mouths. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The morale of the border army had completely exploded after Yifei killed Chu Fengxue and captured Zhang Qiao. Cheers of victory could be heard everywhere. These cheers made the expressions of the Imperial Sky disciples even more unsightly. Lu Mohan's expression was filled with killing intent as he looked coldly at Yifei. If I don't release Chu Ling, what can you do? If you have the ability, kill Zhang Qiao. Alliance leader, Zhang Qiao raised his head in disbelief and looked at Lu Mohan. Even Yifei was puzzled. Could it be that Lu Mohan didn't care about Zhang Qiao's life at all? If that was the case, wouldn't the young geniuses who joined the Han Alliance be disappointed? As if sensing Yifei's puzzlement, Lu Mohan smiled coldly. You dare to stand in front of me because your only bargaining chip is the captured Zhang Xiao. If you kill Zhang Xiao, you will definitely die. Therefore, no matter what, you won't dare to kill anyone, let alone threaten me. The Imperial Sky's disciples finally understood what was going on. Zhang Xiao finally reacted. He was Yi Fei's life-saving straw now. If Yi Fei killed him, how could Yi Fei withstand Lu Mohan's rage? Ha ha! As expected, joining the Han Alliance was the best decision I've ever made. Yi Fei, will you two country bumpkins, you better let me go immediately. Perhaps I can even plead with the Alliance Master to let you go. Noisy. A sword light suddenly slashed out and instantly pierced Zhang Xiao's chest, directly piercing a bloody hole. Zhang Xiao looked at Yi Fei in horror. The sword just now had instantly cut off all the vitality in his physical body. Only Zhang Xiao's soul was still suppressed by the Taiji Calamity Sword seal and could not move. Even so, Axe Monarch Zhang Xiao was half dead. His physical body had already been destroyed by Yi Fei. All that was left of him was a lonely soul that was trembling under Yi Fei's sword. Zhang Xiao was completely afraid of Yi Fei. This scene also caused the Imperial Sky disciples to widen their eyes in horror. Yi Fei's sword was so terrifying that it could only slash the physical body and not hurt the soul. In the Heaven Realm, as long as the soul was not destroyed, there was hope for revival. However, with his physical body destroyed, it was already equivalent to Zhang Xiao dying once. This strength was terrifying. Yi Fei calmly kept the indestructible sword token and looked coldly at Lu Mohan again. I'll only count to 3. The first count is to give you time to think. The second count, if you don't let him go, I'll slash his physical body. The third count, if you don't let him go, I'll slash his soul. 3. Without giving Lu Mohan any chance to think, Yi Fei destroyed Zhang Xiao's physical body with one sword. The second sword immediately slashed towards Zhang Xiao's soul, completely ignoring Lu Mohan's warning. Yi Fei was gambling. He was gambling that Lu Mohan, as the alliance leader of the Han Alliance, would not save his subordinate. It would definitely chill the hearts of the people in the Han Alliance, and even cause the Han Alliance to fall apart. After all, those who could join the Han Alliance were the young geniuses of the 9 major sections. Although they respected Lu Mohan and elected him as the alliance leader, if Lu Mohan's performance did not satisfy them, there would be many experts in the Han Alliance. There would definitely be someone who could replace him. Now, let's see if Lu Mohan is more important to the Han Alliance or the Chu country. Yi Fei thought in his heart. The sword in his hand was merciless and had already slashed down. Zhang Xiao's soul was also suddenly trembling violently in fear. He let out a terrified cry. Alliance leader, save me, save me. Stop. If you dare to use your sword, I'll let Chu Ling be humiliated right now. Lu Mohan was also not frightened by Yi Fei's methods. Instead, he was completely enraged. The cold sword that approached Chu Ling suddenly exploded, wanting to completely tear Chu Ling's clothes. Obviously, compared to Yi Fei, Lu Mohan's methods were more ruthless and vicious. Chapter 2656. Yi Fei's strength put Lu Mohan in a difficult position. However, as the leader of the Han Alliance, Lu Mohan was even stronger than Yi Fei. He wanted to humiliate Chu Ling in front of Yi Fei and save Zhang Xiao's life. Wu Yu and the border troops were all enraged by Lu Mohan's actions. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with coldness. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Zhang Xiao. However, his reason told him that he could not do that. After all, Chu Ling was still in Lu Mohan's hands. Yi Fei had not known Chu Ling for long, but her naivety and kindness made him treat her as a friend. Boom! The light from the invincible sword token almost brushed past Zhang Xiao's soul, causing cracks to appear in space. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fei was not just saying that he wanted to kill Zhang Xiao. If he really said it, he would do it. This scene made Lu Mohan even more determined to kill Yi Fei. When two equally strong people clashed, either the other side would step back first, or they were destined to be badly injured. As the leader of the Han Alliance, how could Lu Mohan lower his head to Yi Fei? Therefore, even though Yi Fei had stopped, Lu Mohan was still indifferent. All of a sudden, he turned around and slashed at the little light dragon next to Chu Ling. The consequences of killing Chu Ling were too severe. However, killing a little light dragon was not a big deal. Last chance. Let go of Zhang Xiao or die. There was a flash of coldness and blood. The little light dragon was not killed. Instead, Chu Ling extended her arm at the critical moment to block the fatal slash. Lu Mohan was startled. Was this woman out of her mind? It was just a battle pet. If one died, she could find another one at any time. However, Chu Ling was willing to risk losing her arm to save the little light dragon. Yi Fei and Wu Yu were both shocked. They had a whole new level of respect for Chu Ling. Then, Yi Fei suddenly raised his third sword. This time, it was not aimed at Zhang Xiao, but directly at Lu Mohan. No one has ever been able to stop what I, Lu Mohan, want to do. If I say that I want the life of this little light dragon, then it will definitely die. Lu Mohan was too powerful. This kind of person would not be threatened at all, let alone care about the life and death of others. The terrifying cold blade slashed towards Chu Ling's arm. It was you who wanted to block the cold blade. Breaking your arm has nothing to do with me. Even if I die, I won't allow you to hurt my companion. Chu Ling's face was resolute. If you want to kill Little Light Dragon, you have to step over my dead body first. As she spoke, not only did Chu Ling's arm hit the cold blade, but she also hit her head. This was a crazy woman and a persistent one. As long as she believed that something was right, she would do it even if it meant risking her life. The moment the cold blade was about to touch Chu Ling's body, many people couldn't help but close their eyes. They didn't want to see Chu Ling die. Wu Yu shouted angrily. Yi Fei heaved a sigh. He suddenly raised his sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lu Mohan, you win. Stop, and I will let Little Light Dragon go. In the end, Yi Fei could not be as cruel and heartless as Lu Mohan. He could not disregard anyone's life. Lu Mohan sneered. Those who wanted to achieve great things should be unscrupulous. Compared to Yi Fei, the gap between them was too big. The whistling cold blade suddenly stopped in front of Chu Ling. At the same time, it froze Chu Ling in an instant. At the same time, the cold blade was still moving towards Little Light Dragon. It's too late. If I, Lu Mohan, want to do something, then I must do it. Kill. The cold wind whistled, transforming into a terrifying cold astral wind that instantly bypassed Chu Ling, wanting to slay the Little Light Dragon once again. At this moment, Wu Yu, as well as Chu Ling, who was sealed in ice, all had their eyes wide open. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly flashed with golden ripples. It was as if the space was fluctuating. At this critical moment, he activated the power of the sacred dragon's eye and unleashed the spatial eye. This eye could freeze space. Lu Mohan, who had attacked, instantly felt his body stiffen. Before he could understand what was happening, suddenly, an angry dragon roar came from the void. Lu Mohan, that's enough. Do you really think that you can ignore dragons just because your bloodline is strong? Roar. The dragon roared and the sky began to shake. What appeared in the void was a demonic dragon with 8 arms. This demonic dragon had a dragon's head and a human's body. The 8 arms were clenched together like a god of war. It was filled with terrifying ferocity. With just a roar, Emperor Chu and King Chu, who were still fighting fiercely in the void, both vomited blood and retreated to the side. Beside the 8-armed demonic dragon stood an even more ferocious figure. It was Ying Long, who had a dragon's head and a human's body. At this moment, he was exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. His dragon eyes glanced coldly at Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan was already vomiting blood and rolling on the ground. Subconsciously, Lu Mohan thought that the power that had frozen space had come from the 2 ancient emperors of the Dragon Clan. His face was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. When I become a heavenly emperor in the future, I will flatten the rising dragon sect and turn all the dragons into the lowest slaves. I'm sorry, you won't have that chance. The divine sword that was stabbed into the ground was pulled out. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Mohan was injured by the ancient emperor, Yi Fei raised his hand and pulled out his sword. He wanted to use his strongest sword to kill Lu Mohan and seek justice for Chu Ling and the thousands of soldiers who had died in the battle. However, before Yi Fei's sword could slash out, a third ancient emperor's aura appeared in the void. With just a cold snort, that voice turned into a terrifying sound wave that suppressed the eight-armed demonic dragon's roar. It also caused Yi Fei's blood to churn. He couldn't help but retreat as blood flowed out of his mouth. Yi Fei was very familiar with the ancient emperor that appeared. It was the ancient emperor that Zhang Lang had crushed in the Muyang Palace. However, this time, the ancient emperor did not appear in the form of a clone. Instead, he appeared in the sky with his real body and instantly protected Lu Mohan. Rising Dragon Sect, you've gone overboard. What wrong has Lu Mohan done to deserve your bullying? You're even willing to kill him. Humph. He humiliated my master's disciple and even tried to kill the descendant of the Dragon Clan. This kid is too vicious. He must be killed. Yinglong was filled with killing intent. The eight-armed demonic dragon also shone coldly. Ever since Chu Ling and Yi Fei left the mountain, they had been following them secretly. They didn't want to show themselves, but Lu Mohan's actions were too much. Even they couldn't tolerate it. The ancient emperor's face turned ugly. Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Fei and said coldly, "This person's demonic nature is too strong. He has repeatedly killed my ancient emperor's disciples. Now he even destroyed Zhang Qiao's physical body and imprisoned Zhang Qiao's soul. As the leader of the Han Alliance, Lu Mohan is furious. That's why he attacked out of anger. Although his methods are too extreme, it's understandable. Lu Mohan, am I right?" Chapter 2657. I, Lu Mohan, have always done things with a clear conscience. I was just joking with junior sister Chu Ling when I attacked just now. Yimo's demonic nature is too strong. How could he be so vicious and kill my Imperial Sky disciples time and time again? Yi Fei, fight me if you have the guts. Lu Mohan was furious. With the intervention of the eight-armed demonic dragon and Yinglong, the two ancient emperors of the Rising Dragon Sect, his plan to control the Chu country had come to naught. He was forced to reveal his strongest trump card. All of this was caused by Yi Fei. Lu Mohan was naturally furious with Yi Fei. This anger could only be washed away with Yi Fei's blood. Yi Fei nodded without hesitation in the face of Lu Mohan's challenge. He raised his sword and wanted to fight this hypocritical alliance master of the Han Alliance. However, his arm was tightly grabbed by Wu Yue. Even Chu Ling, who had broken free from the ice and been rescued by the winged dragon, anxiously shook her head at Yi Fei. If one hadn't fought with Lu Mohan before, they would never know just how terrifying this person was. This was a monstrous genius who had once slain the human ancestor as a Tao Lord. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Lord realm, even Chu Ling felt a chill in her heart. Yi Fei, you are indeed strong. However, you are no match for Lu Mohan now. If you fight, you will lose. The eight-armed demonic dragon's cold voice transmitted through the void. After all, Yi Fei was someone the Grand Sect Master paid attention to. He also had a deep relationship with the Dragon tribe. The eight-armed demonic dragon would not allow anything to happen to Yi Fei. Before Yi Fei could respond, Yinglong had already walked coldly toward the ancient emperor of the Imperial Sky. Forget about the challenge. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Let's see if you have the guts. Yinglong had challenged a mere divine emperor as soon as he opened his mouth. It was quite comical for an ancient emperor to challenge a mere divine emperor. However, no one present could laugh. Lu Mohan was livid. No matter how strong his bloodline talent was, he wasn't stupid enough to challenge an ancient emperor as a divine lord. Obviously, Yinglong was deliberately humiliating him. LV Mohan could not vent his anger on Yinglong, so he could only transfer his anger to Yi Fei. Trash, you don't even dare to fight me at the same cultivation level as you. Do you think you're worthy of standing before me? If you don't have the backing of the ancient emperor, you're only fit to kneel on the ground and talk to me. Inglong had insulted LV Mohan, and LV Mohan couldn't do anything about it. He could only insult Yi Fei to find balance. Wu Yi was so frightened that he quickly hugged Yi Fei's body tightly. Brother Yi, don't be rash. He's just relying on his powerful bloodline. What's so great about him? Wu Yi, what did you say? With the support of the ancient emperor, the disciples of Imperial Sky regained their confidence. As the ancient emperors of the Rising Dragon sect and Imperial Sky appeared one after another, the battle between the Chu royal residents and the border army came to a stop. King Chu stood on the side of Imperial Sky, his sinister expression becoming extremely respectful. Emperor Chu hurriedly retreated to the demon emperor's side and asked anxiously, "King beside the emperor, how are your injuries? Why didn't you take the Rising Dragon elixir?" "What? The demon emperor didn't take the Rising Dragon elixir?" Yi Fei was shocked. One had to know that the demon emperor alone had swallowed 90% of the poison that King Chu and Chu Fengxue had used on the border army. With so much poison in his body, if he didn't detoxify it quickly, not to mention Renzu, even the ancient emperor might be poisoned to death. Yi Fei didn't care about the wrangling between the two ancient emperors. He hurriedly took out the remaining Rising Dragon pills and ran to the demon emperor. Seeing this, King Chu smiled sinisterly and shook his head. "It's useless. After swallowing so much of my poison, even if he's the ancient emperor, he'll die within 3 days. Brother Emperor, you'd better hurry up and send your good brother to his grave." He. King Chu laughed eerily like a nightingale. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Yi Fei. It was this brat who had killed the son he was most proud of, Chu Fengxue. This enmity couldn't be resolved. He had to use Yi Fei's life to end it. Suddenly, King Chu looked at Lu Mohan and offered a sinister suggestion. "Alliance Master Lu, if you want to fight with this brat, it's not like there's no way. I was the one who poisoned King beside the Emperor. I'm the only one in the world who can detoxify it. If you use this as a wager, you don't have to worry that this brat won't fight with you." King Chu's words made Lu Mohan's eyes light up. King Chu and the Demon Emperor's expressions changed drastically. The Demon Emperor looked at Yi Fei with an incomparably resolute tone. "If Lu Mohan challenges you again, you definitely can't accept. Otherwise, I'll treat it as if you're not my disciple." "But Master, if I don't fight, how can the poison in your body be detoxified?" Yi Fei was depressed. He knew that the Demon Emperor was doing this for his own good. But how could he just watch the Demon Emperor die like this? Subconsciously, Yi Fei looked at the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon, only to see the two ancient emperors of the dragon clan frowning and shaking their heads. "Your master has swallowed too many poisons and is too vicious. Even we can't detoxify it. After all, the one who poisoned him was an ancient emperor who was proficient in using poisons. Even if the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon wanted to, they were powerless." Yi Fei's heart sank. The words of the two ancient emperors made King Chu laugh sinisterly. "Yi Fei, I have to remind you that King beside the emperor's poison will completely flare up in 6 hours. His life and death are all in your hands." "No, I want die bang." Before he could finish his words, a black walk had already hit the back of the demon emperor's head. Yi Fei's eyes also revealed an apologetic look. "Master, I'm sorry. This time, I can only be willful. Lu Mohan, I'll fight with you. But the premise is that you must first order King Chu to cure my master's poison." "Sure. King Chu, give him the antidote." Lu Mohan sneered. He didn't care about the demon emperor's life and death. Right now, he only wanted to kill Yi Fei to vent the anger in his heart. Seeing that Yi Fei actually accepted the challenge, Wu Yue and Chu Ling became anxious. They knew that they couldn't stop Yi Fei, so they could only look at the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon. "Martial uncles, quickly stop him." "How can we stop him? He's fighting for his master. This is righteous. If we stop him, won't others look down on our Rising Dragon sect?" Winged Dragon shook his head helplessly. He looked at Yi Fei's eyes with admiration. He then turned his head and looked at the eight-armed demon dragon. The eight-armed demon dragon nodded and suddenly took a step forward. Just when everyone thought that he would stop Yi Fei, one of his arms patted heavily on Yi Fei's shoulder. "Kid, although the Lord has ordered us not to let you be in danger, I won't stop you since you're such a righteous person. Huang Tian, we can fight, but there must be a condition. This kid," the remaining 7 arms pointed at Lu Mohan coldly. "This kid, if he has the guts, he must guarantee that he won't use the strength of his bloodline. Only then will it be fair. After all, LV Mohan's greatest strength was his rank 12 blood meridians." This was enough for LV Mohan to show disdain for all the heroes. If LV Mohan activated his blood meridians, Yi Fei would definitely not be his opponent. Chapter 2658. Sure, as long as he has the guts, even if I don't use my bloodline, I, Lu Mohan, am not afraid of battle. Lu Mohan's expression was filled with pride. This was his confidence in his own strength. While speaking, Lu Mohan's eyes were filled with provocation. He looked at Yi Fei and said, "If I don't use my bloodline, do you dare to fight me? If you want to fight, I'll fight you." Yi Fei was fearless. So what if he was the leader of the Han Alliance? He was not afraid of any genius at the same cultivation level. This was also Yi Fei's confidence. However, Lu Mohan sneered at Yi Fei's confidence. The world only knew that his bloodline was powerful. Who knew that his greatest strength was actually not his bloodline? However, Lu Mohan naturally would not say this. He would let Yi Fei experience what true fear was during the battle. "King Chu, give him the antidote now." Seeing that Yi Fei had agreed, Lu Mohan suddenly said coldly to King Chu. Just as King Chu was about to take out the antidote, the ancient emperor of the imperial sky suddenly waved his hand coldly and said, "Wait, since we're going to fight, how can there be no prize? In my opinion, the loser of this battle must leave Chu country and must not interfere in Chu country's affairs." What do you all think? This person actually wanted to use this battle to decide the future of Chu country in one fell swoop. Emperor Chu's expression suddenly changed. King Chu let out a sinister laugh and said, "Hee hee, I agree. Brother, do you dare to agree?" Emperor Chu's expression became uglier and uglier. After all, the person who was fighting this time was not an ordinary Imperial Sky disciple, but the leader of the Han Alliance, Lu Mohan, who was said to be invincible among his peers. Even if he did not use his bloodline, it would not be easy to defeat him. Emperor Chu subconsciously looked at Yi Fei. However, he saw Yi Fei nodding solemnly at Emperor Chu. In order to save the Demon Emperor, he would not hesitate even if he had to risk his life. Now, it all depended on whether Emperor Chu had the courage to do so. "All right, I agree. However, it won't be now, but a month later." Emperor Chu clenched his teeth. The brotherly love of the Devil Emperor and the current situation of the Chu country finally made Emperor Chu decide to entrust the future of the Chu country to Yi Fei. If he won, the Chu country would be saved. If he lost, at the very least, he would be able to save the Demon Emperor. With regards to Emperor Chu's decision, many of the city lords who led troops to rescue the Emperor felt that it was inconceivable. They admitted that Yi Fei was indeed very strong, but even without using the power of bloodline, the chances of Yi Fei defeating Lu Mohan were too slim. They didn't understand why Emperor Chu would make such an impulsive decision. Could it be that for the sake of rescuing the Devil Emperor, he intends to abandon the great foundation of the Chu kingdom? When he saw Emperor Chu nod, King Chu finally let out a sly laugh of his scheme succeeding, and at the same time he said gloomily, "No, a month of time is too long. We'll only give you 10 days of time. Alliance Master, do you think 10 days is enough?" King Chu's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Lu Mohan thought for a moment and then nodded indifferently. "All right, 10 days it is. Yi Fei, 10 days from now, you and I will fight at the peak of the Chu country's imperial city. King Chu, give him the antidote." After saying that, Lu Mohan turned and left, displaying extreme confidence and boldness. He wanted to use facts to force Yi Fei into a battle. After all, as a disciple of the Dragon Rising sect, if he would take the antidote and then go back on his word, it would definitely damage the Dragon Rising sect's reputation. Sensing Lu Mohan's scheme, Yi Fei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You Lu Mohan have courage, but do you think I don't have the same? Will you release him? Since Lu Mohan had given him the antidote and Chu Ling had been saved, there was no need to use Zhang Xiao as a hostage. Only then did Wu Yu release the shackles on Zhang Xiao's divine soul. However, Zhang Xiao didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he glared at Yi Fei with incomparable resentment. You destroyed my body. This hatred is difficult to dispel. Yi Fei, 10 days from now, just wait for your death. A dignified genius of the Blazing Flame sect had his body destroyed, and only his divine soul was left alive in this world. Zhang Xiao's heart was filled with grievances. Hearing Zhang Xiao's threat, Emperor Chu's expression changed once more. He hurriedly asked, Yi Fei, 10 days from now, do you really have the confidence to defeat Lu Mohan? Your Majesty, I don't dare to say I'll definitely win, but as long as Lu Mohan doesn't use the power of his bloodline, I don't fear anyone in the same realm. Yi Fei's tone was dignified. Lu Mohan's courage and Zhang Xiao's words made him realize that the battle 10 days from now would definitely be a fierce one. However, even if he had to choose again, he would still choose to fight to the end in order to save the Demon Emperor. Holding the antidote that Emperor Chu gave him, Yi Fei hurriedly asked Emperor Chu, is Emperor Chu's antidote reliable? It should be reliable. Although Emperor Chu is sinister, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of the two ancient emperors of the Rising Dragon sect. Emperor Chu nodded, worried about his gains and losses. Only then did Yi Fei place the antidote into the Demon Emperor's mouth. Then, he channeled his dark force to help the unconscious Demon Emperor quickly refine the medicinal power. Emperor Chu's judgment was right. Emperor Chu didn't play any tricks this time. Instead, he honestly gave the antidote. Under the effects of the antidote, not only was the Demon Emperor's poison cured, but he also opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and scolded, "Evil disciple! What did I do wrong to you? You even used a black walk to knock me out." The Demon Emperor was so angry that black smoke came out of his nostrils. Yi Fei sincerely apologized. No matter how you scold me, you're still my master. I can't leave you in the lurch. The Demon Emperor was stunned. His eyes dimmed. He felt that he had harmed Yi Fei. Seeing the Demon Emperor's attitude, Emperor Chu's heart tightened. Suddenly, he sighed and said, Yi Fei, in the battle 10 days later, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you don't win. The most important thing is to stay alive. Yi Fei was completely speechless. It was fine that the people of the Imperial Sky looked down on him. However, even Emperor Chu didn't think highly of him. He quickly looked at the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon. However, he saw that the two ancient emperors of the dragon race had solemn expressions. They exhorted, "Kid, Emperor Chu's words make sense. You're still young and have a long way to go. As long as you're alive, 1 or 2 failures won't affect your future." Yi Fei suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. Moreover, the more Emperor Chu and the others said this, the more Yi Fei wanted to press Lu Mohan to the ground and beat him up. I'm not as good as Lu Mohan in terms of bloodline power. However, I don't believe that I'm inferior to him in terms of martial arts mystique. The strength of the opponent had ignited Yi Fei's fighting spirit. Sensing Yi Fei's fighting spirit, the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon looked at each other. They didn't know how to comfort Yi Fei. Instead, it was Chu Ling who suddenly made a decision. She walked over and said fiercely, "Yi Fei, you're right. If we can't compete in bloodline power, then let's compete in martial arts mystique. I'll teach you the Rising Dragon Fist now. 10 days later, use this fist technique to teach Lu Mohan a lesson for me. It's best if you beat him up until he can't get up for half a month." Chapter 2659. Chu country's imperial tomb, the Rising Dragon Fist, was the strongest fist technique of the Rising Dragon sect. It was said that this fist technique was similar to the imperial armament art in that it was created by the Dragon Emperor. As for the Dragon Emperor, he was the battle pet of the Rising Dragon sect's founder. He was originally a demonic dragon with a weak bloodline, but after being enlightened by the founder of the Rising Dragon sect, his bloodline made a breakthrough. From a demonic dragon to a true dragon, from a true dragon to a divine dragon. In the end, by chance, he turned into a sacred dragon and called himself the Dragon Emperor. He created the imperial armament art and the Rising Dragon Fist, these two unique techniques. However, any core disciple could completely grasp the imperial armament art. Only the Rising Dragon Fist could not be cultivated without the permission of the sect master. Firstly, this fist technique had a high requirement on one's bloodline. Secondly, this fist technique had a high requirement on one's comprehension ability. The slightest mistake could cause one's cultivation to go berserk and suffer a huge backlash. Chu Ling was furious, which was why she made such a decision. She directly gave the Rising Dragon Fist technique to Yi Fei. This put the 8-armed demonic dragon and winged dragon in a difficult position, but they couldn't stop it. After all, the battle in 10 days was not only related to the fate of the Chu country, but also the reputation of the Rising Dragon sect. Forget it. Although I don't have much hope for this kid to defeat Lu Mohan, if he can learn a little in 10 days, it'll be enough for him to have a life-saving ability. The 8-armed demonic dragon and winged dragon shook their heads. In the Dragon Clan, the Rising Dragon Fist wasn't called the Rising Dragon Fist, but the Sacred Dragon Fist. This was also a divine ability of the Heavenly Emperor. However, only the Sacred Dragon could fully unleash the power of this divine ability. As for the other races, no matter how strong their bloodline was, they could only unleash a portion of its power. Of course, Yi Fei didn't know about these secrets. After obtaining the Rising Dragon Fist, he immediately rushed to the Imperial Palace to comprehend this fist technique. At the same time, the recovered Demon Emperor commanded the border army to surround the Chu royal residence. As for the city lords who came to protect the Chu royal residence, they either didn't think highly of Yi Fei or were afraid of standing on the wrong side. They all showed a neutral attitude, neither helping the Chu royal residence nor the Chu royal residence. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the battle that would decide the fate of Chu. An uninvited guest had arrived outside the Imperial Palace. This person was actually kneeling outside the Imperial Palace and burning paper money. This was obviously cursing Emperor Chu to die early. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel extremely curious, and he walked over slowly and said, "You have enmity with Emperor Chu?" "Yes, my family of over 300 was ordered to be annihilated by Emperor Chu. From that day onward, every single day on this day, us brothers and sisters would burn a stack of paper for Emperor Chu and swear to never forget the hatred of our family." The skinny man did not try to hide anything. He continued to face the palace and burn paper money. In fact, he burned 2 at a time. It was as if there was another person beside him doing the same thing. Yi Fei became more and more puzzled. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle also curiously sized up the man. When they discovered that he was only an early-stage divine lord, they immediately lost interest. "You are King Chu's man? You know that I am an enemy, but you don't leave when you see me. Instead, you are venting your hatred. Can I understand that you are waiting for me here?" Yi Fei coldly looked at this person. With his current combat strength, he could kill an early-stage divine lord at any time. What ability did this person have that he dared to block him here? The skinny man did not speak. He suddenly took out a stack of paper money and burned it in front of Yi Fei. "You are about to die. I will burn some for you too. You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Boom! Yi Fei's sword aura erupted. He thought that this person would launch a sneak attack at this moment, but the skinny man did not do anything. He only seriously burned a stack of paper money in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei was even more puzzled, and the sword light that he condensed gradually dissipated. "You aren't going to kill me?" The skinny man was surprised by Yi Fei's actions. You don't have any killing intent towards me. Why should I kill you? Yi Fei found it funny. This man was also a strange person. Tell me, how do you know that I am about to die? The skinny man looked up and seriously sized up Yi Fei. You overestimated yourself. You will definitely die in 10 days if you fight with Lu Mohan. So, I am burning paper money for you in advance. Consider it as my thanks for killing Chu Fengxue and avenging my sister. Your sister? Yi Fei was even more puzzled. His gaze subconsciously swept to another pile of paper money. Suddenly, Yi Fei noticed a jade token on top of it. Chu Yu's name was engraved on it. In an instant, Yi Fei understood that this skinny man was the same as Chu Yu. They were both adopted sons of King Chu. Unfortunately, although they were adopted sons, they were actually death warriors. They were just tools for King Chu to kill people. This point could be seen from how Chu Fengxue ordered Chu Yu to fight without hesitation and even personally beheaded Chu Yu. These adopted sons of King Chu were actually a group of pitiful people. Yi Fei's gaze suddenly became vigilant. Are you here to seek revenge? The skinny man shook his head resolutely. No. Although Chu Yu died under your sword, we all know that the one who really killed Chu Yu was actually Chu Fengxue. However, due to his identity as King Chu's adopted son, we couldn't take revenge on Chu Fengxue. It was you who fulfilled our wish and avenged Chu Yu. Today, I've come out to burn some joss paper for you. Lu Mohan came to Chu not for the power of Chu, but for the Imperial Mausoleum. If you don't want to die too quickly, you should stop Lu Mohan from entering the Imperial Mausoleum within these 10 days. As for whether you believe it or not, it is all up to you. As he finished speaking, the paper had already turned to ashes. The skinny man didn't say anything else. Instead, he directly stood up. His body actually turned into bits of poisonous fog and dissipated with the wind. It was strange and terrifying. Yi Fei subconsciously asked, Xiao Qiao, can you tell where his real body is? Xiao Qiao bit in the candied haw and looked left and right. He didn't find anything unusual. Obviously, the skinny man who burned paper money didn't appear in person. He had left a poisonous fog imprint and was waiting for Yi Fei. If Yi Fei killed him without any reason, this imprint would explode and devour Yi Fei. If Yi Fei was willing to listen to him, this imprint would tell Yi Fei the most important information and then disappear from the world. Obviously, this skinny man was very good at grasping people's hearts. He was waiting here to burn paper money to test Yi Fei, and it was obvious that Yi Fei had passed his test. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel more and more puzzled. Is this person telling the truth? Also, why would Lu Mohan go to the Imperial Mausoleum for no reason? Yi Fei felt more and more puzzled. He didn't know whether he should go to the Imperial Mausoleum to investigate or enter the Imperial Palace and cultivate in seclusion for 10 days before fighting Lu Mohan. In the end, Yi Fei thought of a solution that wasn't really a solution. That was to look at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, do you think this person's words can be trusted? Should we go to the Imperial Mausoleum? Xiao Qiao rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, with a serious expression, he grabbed the dragon turtle and threw it into the sky. The dragon turtle fell to the ground with a black face. Chapter 2660. Goodbye, Irin. Yi Fei, what did you say? Lu Mohan's goal is actually the Imperial Mausoleum of our Chu country. When they heard this news, the Devil Emperor and Emperor Chu, who had returned to the palace, were in disbelief. They looked at Yi Fei and asked, Yi Fei, where did you get this news from? I can't reveal his identity, but his words should be reliable. Yi Fei's expression was very solemn. After Xiao Qiao's divination, Yi Fei decided to take a look at the Imperial Mausoleum of Chu country. However, he didn't want to talk about the skinny man. After all, he could be a hidden force planted in the Chu royal manor. At this moment, Yi Fei looked at King Chu even more solemnly and said, Your Majesty, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what's in the Imperial Mausoleum of Chu country? Lu Mohan was the disciple of the Imperial Heaven after all, and he was also the Alliance Master of the Han Alliance. If there weren't enough treasures to attract him, Lu Mohan wouldn't go through so much trouble and use all sorts of methods to control Chu country. Emperor Chu's expression became incomparably ugly, and he seemed to have sunk into some kind of hesitation. Empress Yi, who was beside him, said calmly, "Husband, what's there to hide at this point?" Emperor Chu sighed and said with a solemn expression, "Forget it. Since King Chu has already violated the ancestral teachings and betrayed first ancestors' information, then there's no need for me to hide. Then I have nothing to hide. In fact, my Chu country has two treasures. One is the sword path divine art left behind by first ancestor. However, this divine art is only known to the past generations of emperors of Chu. Even King Chu doesn't know about it. However, my Chu country has another treasure. It said that it was buried with first ancestor in the imperial mausoleum of Chu country. First ancestor even set up a very difficult test on it. Only the royal family of each generation can participate in this test, and there's only one chance to pass. I didn't expect King Chu to reveal such a secret to Lu Mohan in order to fight for the throne. King Chu should be executed." Dense rage and killing intent appeared on Emperor Chu's body. He didn't blame King Chu for vying for the throne, but King Chu had so easily violated the ancestral teachings and revealed the secret of the Chu Empire's imperial mausoleum. Emperor Chu was completely enraged. Devil Emperor said nervously, "What are we waiting for? Let's go to the imperial mausoleum immediately. Lu Mohan has a 12th grade bloodline. If he obtains the treasure in the Imperial Mausoleum, Yi Fei's chances of winning the battle 10 days later will be even slimmer." "All right, let's go to the Imperial Mausoleum." The Demon Emperor's reminder caused Emperor Chu to finally make up his mind. Although bringing outsiders into the Imperial Mausoleum was a violation of the ancestral teachings, Emperor Chu couldn't care less now that the Chu country was on the verge of destruction. Yes, emperors. Chu, ants of Chu's emperors, emperor, 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 emperor say. That's emperor, emperor, have a Chu emperors, emperors, empresses. With this thought in mind, Emperor Chu waved his hand and brought Yi Fei, Devil Emperor, and the rest towards the imperial mausoleum of Chu country. At this moment, there was a group of people secretly gathered in the imperial mausoleum of Chu country. These people were all wearing the same attire as Lu Mohan, and they were obviously from the Han Alliance. The leader was actually an ancient emperor from Emperor Heaven, and he was attacking the restrictions of the Imperial Mausoleum. After all, the first ancestor of Chu country was an expert who had once followed the Celestial Emperor. Even though he was called a sword slave, his abilities were world-shaking. He was only one step away from breaking through to the ancient god realm. The restrictions left behind by such an expert were naturally no small matter. Unless the person who entered had the bloodline of the royal family, they would immediately be attacked by the restrictions. The ancient emperor of Emperor Heaven was in charge of destroying the restrictions so that the geniuses of the Han Alliance would be able to enter the imperial mausoleum and train as they wished, just like the previous generations of the royal family. However, such an action would inevitably anger Emperor Chu, and it would be a great disrespect to the entire royal family of Chu country. Therefore, Lu Mohan couldn't wait to help Emperor Chu ascend to the throne. After all, only when Emperor Chu ascended to the throne would they be able to stop a lot of unnecessary rumors and slanders. Their actions would also be smoother. Unfortunately, due to Emperor Chu's strength, the Devil Emperor's army, Yi Fei, and the Rising Dragon sect participation, the situation in Chu country had become more and more complicated. This also made the ancient emperors who were attacking the restrictions even more anxious. They didn't hesitate to use some violent methods to forcefully destroy the tombs of the previous generations of Chu country's emperors in order to speed up the destruction of the restrictions. The other members of the Han Alliance were in charge of controlling the surroundings of the Imperial Mausoleum to prevent people from entering without permission and causing unnecessary trouble. How long do you think it will take to completely destroy the restrictions of the Imperial Mausoleum? It's hard to say. After all, the first-generation Emperor Chu was someone who followed the Heavenly Emperor. He said that what he set up was a bloodline restriction. This kind of restriction is very difficult to break. Without the bloodline of the royal family of Chu country, it can only be slowly worn down with time. It's a pity that Emperor Chu failed to seize the throne. Otherwise, why would we be in such a hurry? We could easily break this restriction and follow the alliance leader and the fairy to plunder the imperial mausoleum. While speaking, that person's gaze subconsciously looked at the mountain peak not far away. He saw a devastatingly beautiful woman standing there. Although she was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her beauty. Her beauty caused the young geniuses of the Han Alliance to be moved and infatuated. Then, they helplessly sighed. This woman wasn't someone they could touch. She was the Alliance leader's sweetheart. There were even rumors that half of the reason why the Alliance leader went through so much trouble to obtain the Imperial Mausoleum of Chu country was because of this woman. Boom! Just as these people were indulging in their fantasies, a loud boom came from the Imperial Mausoleum in front of them. Obviously, the bloodline restriction of the first ancestor had finally been completely destroyed. From inside, an ancient emperor wearing a divine king's robe walked out. This ancient emperor looked exhausted. However, when he looked at the woman on the mountain peak, he revealed a gratified smile. "Zhao Yu, the bloodline restriction of Chu country has been broken by me. Although Mohan hasn't arrived yet, you can now enter the Imperial Mausoleum in advance to gain experience." This devastatingly beautiful woman was actually Zhao Yu. Originally, Zhao Yu was sent to Emperor Sky as a maid. However, Zhao Yu is simply too beautiful. Her 10th grade bloodline was also very powerful. It was even comparable to some of the weaker 11th grade bloodlines. Therefore, Zhao Yu was valued as soon as he entered Imperial Sky. He was promoted from a lowly servant girl to an outer disciple of Imperial Sky. What was even more fortunate was that the previous divine king of the Palace of the King of Gods had finally broken through to the ancient emperor realm after many years of hardship in Imperial Sky. His status rose as a result. Therefore, when the ancient emperor found out that Zhao Yu was also from the Palace of the King of Gods, he promoted Zhao Yu to an inner disciple and even took him in. Of course, the reason why the ancient Emperor Qiuyi did this was not only because he and Zhao Yu were both in the King of God's palace, but also because the ancient Emperor Qiuyi wanted to curry favor with Lu Mohan in order to obtain a higher position in Imperial Sky. Hence, the first thing the ancient Emperor Qiuyi did after accepting Zhao Yu was to bring Zhao Yu to meet Lu Mohan. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.